That may not last all morning or afternoon for sure. Welcome all of you. It is a delight to be here with you. This particular class was created for a specific purpose. Now there's some secondary purposes that come with it, but this particular workshop was designed around trying to give everybody in a single day at least some introduction to all of the major segments of equity marketing, and to show how those particular segments of equity marketing not only build on each other, but they also have that network effect of this one supports that one and that one supports that one. And if you can take these things in and make them the parts of them that work for you. None of this came from a mountain on clay tablets, okay? These are things that have been done over and over, and I will tell you, there is nothing in the material we're going to share today that I have not done or that I do not have first-hand knowledge of that it works, and usually regularly works. Because it's important that you get introduced to things that really work, that you can put into your toolbox. And that's some of the underlying parts of what this workshop is about. And that is, I see some faces in here that probably couldn't be up here teaching this, okay? But when I go to a class, I've taken some classes 6 and 7 times. Why? Because you hear them at a different level every time you go take the class. Because you grow and you expand and your experiences get better. So one of the things I'm hoping that we do today is remind many of you of some concepts and principles and techniques and skills that you haven't thought about for a while. And the second thing is I hope that we can give you a few pieces where we share some experiences, we share some examples, we give you some forms, we give you some analysis approach that you might go home that you don't have in your toolbox today, that you might add to your toolbox so that you can be more effective. How many of you would like to close on at least 80% of all the things that you work on? Okay? I'm not quite sure that I'm at 80%. But since I became an equity marketer, and I chose, and I'm telling you this because this is a prejudice. You need to know what my biases are too, okay? So that you can take the material I'm giving you, put it into your gray matter computer and see if it makes sense. I chose after about 3 or 4 years of trying to be in commercial investment, list and sell real estate, that I couldn't do that very well. And I started working from the premise of equity marketing. Back in those days, it was called exchanging, which says that the most important factor in conducting the business is whether or not there is an effective, a positive or a negative beneficial interest of the owner to the property. Now, the property is important. I'm a CCIM too. Don't pay my dues anymore, but I are one. You got to know how to analyze the property. You got to know about the property. But the factor that will put transactions to closing is whether or not this is a beneficial transaction for the owner of that property in that location under that owner's lifestyle context or life context, financial context at that particular moment in time. And that's what we're about in marketing sessions, because equity marketing includes buyers and sellers and exchangers and finance people and creative formulas and solve the problem by rehabbing the project. It's all part of how do we achieve the goal of allowing the owner of that property to achieve the maximum effective benefits of ownership. And it may have absolutely nothing ever to do with price and terms. And that's what we're going to talk about today. And I hope that we can share some things that will be beneficial and give you a reason to have spent the time today. So let's move on here. Our objective is to understand the principles that call. Principles don't change, policies change, applications change, principles don't change. That calls for real estate transactions to be initiated and closed, Now, I know that most of you don't have this problem where you are, but in Florida, we will occasionally take a listing that doesn't close, and we don't get paid. Gosh, sucker, expires and they list it with somebody else. I know you all don't do that, but we do that in Florida. Understand how counseling, I don't like the word counseling, I'm telling you my prejudice. I prefer the word discovery. It's kind of like the attorneys, all of you I'm sure have been on jury duty at one time. They have this discovery period where they ask questions to figure out, where people stand. I like to call it discovery. Understanding how the discovery process identifies the client's true objectives. If you know what you're trying to accomplish, isn't it easier to go get it done? It is in my experience. Understand property information needed for effective marketing. Understand property analysis and diligence. I just love it when people come and say, well, I got this listing on the way over here. Well, you just know they know all about the property and the owner, what they're trying to achieve. Understand property analysis. Understand the application of creative transaction formulas. While you're in a marketing session, I see a lot of marketing session veterans in here, and so hopefully you'll back me up on this. But when you're in the marketing session, there are all kinds of creative solutions that come to light as we're progressing through our presentations in order to do what? Establish, have, and take the contacts. You need to pay attention to where that guy in the back's in. Everybody look back there, see this guy? Pay attention to where he's sitting, because a lot of those creative ideas will come out of his mouth and may not have anything to do with the deal that you're going to get in, right? That's the difference. We're going to talk about how equity marketing sessions are collaborative and cooperative. See, he's in Colorado, and I'm in Florida. But you see, we're in business together. Because when we try to work out a transaction, the object of the game is I'm trying to move out of benefits from my client that don't fit what they need now into potentially benefits in something he's offering that do not fit the benefits his client needs. So we're in business together. We have a different company name, we have a different state license, but we're colleagues. And sometimes you just step up and say, hey, well, why not try this in order to solve that problem? And I haven't seen the agenda, but I suspect there's a most motivated or problem solver session going to be in this marketing session. And that's where a lot of those ideas come. And we're just going to hit the tops of the waves today. We can't do anymore. Understanding the process and steps to use in order to get a multi-way trade. How many have done an exchange transaction with more than 3 legs in it? Why not? Why not? They're not that hard. Well, I have an idea why they're not. Because in 49 years of doing this and going to classes, I've never seen anybody present the steps and what you do in order to make that happen. So I'm hoping, if nothing else, that you'll walk out of here this afternoon with at least understanding why guys like me and Blake back there at 3, 4, 5-way trade, whatever it takes in order to what? Achieve the objectives of my clients. And we're going to talk about all of those things in real hard-knuckled day terms. Understanding effective contracting and closing procedures. Now, I know that all of you are familiar with contracting, but when you start putting a multiple property transaction together, the contracting has some additional pieces that you need to know about. And you will know about them and have copies of it when you leave today. How to use proactive, recognizing and understanding multiple marketing venues. Actually, my very favorite part of this whole day is how to use proactive marketing. And I'm going to leave it to say right now that proactive marketing is the means by which you take over control of whether somebody accepts your transaction and when they're going to act and when they're going to respond to your offer. So that's how you take control of whether the market's going to respond. And you can greatly reduce, anybody interested in reducing your advertising and marketing time and effort and getting more results, this is one of the ways to do that. We're gonna spend some time on that. Learn how equity marketing principles and concepts benefit the entire real estate market. They told me I had to throw in one of these grandiose statements, and that's it. Think about this. This sounds logical and as a gimme. Real estate only has value in relationship to people. And there's two levels of that. The value of the real estate has one value because of the number of people that can utilize the benefits of that property. What about a farm in Iowa? It's all the people who buy the produce off of that farm, right? The production off of that farm that gives it some level of value. And the other level of value has to do with the benefits of that property at that particular time to the person who's going to own it. So that kind of explains why there's a little difference between the value of an acre of northern Utah or Arizona, what they call it, bullet hole land. Y'all know what bullet hole land is? You put your sign out there, and when you come back 2 months later, it's full of bullet holes, because that's what they use for target practice. Bullet hole land. Highest and best use, hold the earth together at that particular spot. And the difference between that and an acre of downtown Manhattan. Why? Because they stack them, 90 stories tall, and more people can utilize it, et cetera, et cetera. So the value of real estate really has to do with people. The people who are going to use the benefits of that property. And here's the primary underlying premise in my opinion. Keyword, my opinion. You can have your own opinion, but this is the one that I have worked with now probably since the middle 70s. People should only acquire, continue to own, and dispose of property because of the benefit relationship of the property to the owner at any one specific time. The operative word here is should. Why do you think we have so many people that make bad decisions? Why are there so many bad decisions in real estate? And I know I've seen people buy the wrong thing for the wrong price at the wrong time. People sell when they should not sell. They don't do an exchange when they should do an exchange. Why do people do that? People keep properties, my granddaddy owned this, I'm gonna keep it. Okay? Except for the fact that now we're working with a situation like that right now. Granddaddy bought this piece of dirt, and it was a fabulous piece of dirt when Granddaddy bought it in the 70s. Lakefront, all that good stuff. But Granddaddy's dead, and the property should have been sold in the, probably in the late 90s. And guess what? Today, it has almost no marketing demand, and the value, if we can find a taker for it, is probably half what it would have been in 1996, 97. They should have sold it. Why didn't they do that? Because they never paid attention to it. They didn't even go out there and drive by it to find out that the neighbors had cut all the damn trees off of it and sold the wood. It was covered with hardwood. Okay? Had a friend of mine in New Jersey. And fellow inherited 5 acres of really quality land, good location with lots of hardwood hickories and oaks. Then went out and looked at it. Guess what, 5 years later? Clear cut. Anybody have an idea of what a 100-year-old hickory trunk might be worth today? maybe $40,000. So that's why we have tree wrestlers, okay? So if you pay attention to it, a lot of bad decisions would be avoided if people paid attention to it. And attention to benefits includes attention to risk. Attention to what's the risk? There's a whole lot of risk. Will it hold its value? Little town up in northeast Alabama, and they put the interstate by it, and it was just thriving because the U.S. highway went through there. And today the population is a quarter of what it was when the interstate went by. Well, what's the risk? What's happening? And you know what? If you own property in that particular town, you would have known that interstate was coming almost 10 years before it got there. Because that's how government works, just overnight, right? So, attention to risk. What kind of risks are? Financial risk, physical risk to the property. What's the chances that somebody might come out there in the middle of the night and rustle your really valuable hardwood trees? Isn't that a risk? So a lot of people do not pay attention to the risk factors that are involved in what they're doing. Benefits continuum. It's actually a continuum. Over here on this side is zero pain. I mean, this baby is just working on it great. Cash flow's coming out. There's no management problem. I got long-term leases on it. We had a big storm, and an insurance company just put a new roof on there. Got it made. I don't have to think about this. I'm just going to move to Tahiti and get my checks in a bottle every third time. No big deal, right? Well, what happens is many years ago I took an appraisal class with a guy down in Texas, and I'll never forget his open line. He said, property ownership's a lot like being born. From the time you're born, you start to rotten. And it gets worse the further along you go sometimes. And I live in a cemetery waiting room, one of those senior housing things with about 1,500 homes. And, there's a lot of rotting going on in there, I mean, my wife and I are looked on as one of the younger couples, it's great. It makes you feel good. But here's what happens. You acquire a property for a set of benefits. And the longer you own it, the more that set of benefits begins to change. And so, when you think about that, how do you know when it's time to go out a title? Well, you have to watch it. I recommend, and most of my clients actually do this now, they will do an analysis of their ownership benefits about every couple of years. Some of them understand how to do that themselves and are capable and will. Some of them would say, turn on your meter, Jim. It's time for us to look at what should we keep, what should we exchange, etc. And so, any CCIUs in here? You're CCIU, aren't you? No?
Yes.
Oh, he is. Well, one of the things that if you go through the CI program, and by the way, as far as I'm concerned, it is the finest investment analysis education you go get anywhere. Now, I have participated in university real estate programs over the years many times. CCI still teaches that material. So if you think about it, with an income property, you acquire it today and boy, it's just working like great. But what happens? Rents go up, values go up, mortgage interest interest deductions go down, depreciation, cost recovery, excuse me, I'm telling my age. Cost recovery stays flat. You reach a point at which what happens? More and more and more of your income is taxable. By the way, principal payments on a mortgage are what? Not tax deductible, are they? Any of you ever dealt with any of the old Walgreens leases? So a lot of those professionals, fixed rate, 99% financing, etc. And a whole bunch of those came on the market about 7-8 years ago. And the reason is because at that particular point in time, the interest deduction had dropped off so far, and the principal payments on the mortgage were so high that their after-tax return was now negative. And a whole bunch of doctors, lawyers, and Indian chiefs said, holy crap, that wasn't what I bought. And they tried to get rid of them. Many of them had to buy their way out. And so there's a point at which your after-tax, and that's the only return that really counts, isn't it? Your after-tax return starts to drop off. Is it time to sell? Well, maybe. Maybe you just refinance. Maybe you upgrade. Maybe you do a 1031 exchange. But the object of the game is to know when it's time to think about making a change of benefits. Notice I did not say a sale or an exchange or any of those things. I said to change the function of the benefits of ownership. That's the important thing. You know, I have discovery sessions with clients, and I say, you know, I don't think you ought to be going out of title with that. And they look at me and they say, isn't that how you make your commissions? Yeah, but I'd rather make commissions for the next 30 or 40 years from you and all of your friends than have you go do something that's not good for you. I have a form, haven't used it in a long time, that says, I have hereby recommended that you not undertake the action, and I have a place to describe the action in relationship to your mortgage or your real estate. And I need you to acknowledge in writing that I have told you this, that you should not do this. That will usually get their attention. You know, if I think they shouldn't do something that I would get paid for them doing, it usually will get their attention. And so it's important to think about what the benefit relationship is and how far you get across that continuum before it's time to do something. By the way, if you have questions, something I'm saying doesn't make sense, raise your hand, say so. That's okay. None of this came on clay tablets. One of them is cash flow. We talked about that already. That's net cash in your hand after all the real expenses, not the BS expenses that you're writing off your wife's sports car and all of that stuff. But all the real expenses, you know, we used to have a saying in the CCIM program, because they use a thing called an annual property operating data statement, APOD. How do you spell lie? APOD. Because I can make that sucker say anything you want it to say. You just change the criteria. Okay? But the key there is, how about after-tax benefits? Because that's the only one that really counts. That's the part that you get to do. Now, can you have a negative cash flow property with a positive after-tax benefit? Is that possible? Some of you are old enough to remember the bad old days of double declining balance depreciation. And I saw a lot of people that bought properties with a negative cash flow on the first day of ownership. And a bunch more of them in California than in Florida. And many of those people were reaping an after-tax return of maybe 16, 18% because they were saving so many tax dollars. Now, these were high tax bracket people. But yeah, so it has to do with after tax is the one that really counts. And by the way, don't give tax advice if you're not licensed to do that. That's why I got it in CPS and tax attorney. It's capital accumulation. I buy it for $1 and I hold it for some period of time, and maybe I do something to it and I make it worth $3. That's capital appreciation. Capital is wealth accumulation. Very high tax bracket people will often acquire properties that sort of, the best diligence says it's in the path of progress. It's going to greatly increase in value because of what's happening in the market, or they're building a road there, et cetera, et cetera. Is that a really good deal for a high income person? Absolutely, because why? You don't pay taxes each year on the increase in value. You only pay taxes when you go out of title. If you go out of title in a taxable transaction. That make sense? So it has to do with what? The people relationship. So a second benefit of property is capital appreciation. Another benefit is personal use. I'm going to put my business there, I'm going to farm it, personal use, direct use. Business operation. What is business operation for real estate? I'm going to buy this piece of dirt, I'm going to cut it up, I'm going to turn it into single family lots and put in streets and roads, and I'm going to either build houses and sell them, or I'm going to sell the lots to a builder and build houses on them. That's a business operation. Guess what? Those properties do not qualify for 1031 exchange. Okay? That's a big no-no, and I've seen a number of people get into big trouble doing that. You know, if you exchange your office building for, say, a package of 20 single-family rental houses, and then you start selling them off one or two at a time, guess what IRS might come back and say, and I've seen this happen, gosh, you just bought those and that's inventory on your shelf. So that's not 1031 property. That's business property. And guess what? They lost. Happened in Ohio. They lost big time. And the tax bill was really big. So pay attention to those things. Tax savings. Are there any tax savings left in real estate today? Is there? What's one of the tax savings in real estate today? How about 1031 exchange? How about cost recovery? Is that a tax benefit of owning real estate? Oh yeah. How about depletion allowance? Anybody know what depletion allowance is? You know, if you're drilling for oil, you're digging for coal or gold or whatever, you get a tax deduction each year for the depletion of the asset. Now we have some really nifty people in Florida. In Florida, we have two users that require land that has the water table at least 20 feet below the surface. Now that's not much of Florida. That's only something like 12% of all the land in Florida, all right? And the two users are what? Garbage landfills and underground a cemetery. Okay? Now the cemeteries, they sell it by the square foot, so they can usually pay more. But there are certain properties that just don't work well for them. And especially if they've got clay or sand or gravel or something on it. So the company comes in and they start mining the clay, gravel, sand, whatever, and they get a depletion allowance while they're digging the hole. And they get down to the point where there's no more of the good stuff to sell. So they now sell that to somebody else who turns it into a landfill. And now they take a depletion allowance as they fill the hole back up. It's not what you do, it's how you do it. If you know the rules, you can make some benefits. But the key there is, there are tax savings associated, because real estate ownership is a tax advantage investment. Okay? How about a repository of wealth? Whip out my magic wand here. You all have $1 billion in your bank account. What are you going to do with it? By the way, on a worldwide basis, it's probably shrinking up at about 3.5% a year to inflation. What are you going to do with it? You're not going to do it $10 million deals. You can't live long enough. What are you going to invest it in order to keep it from shrinking up and hold its value? Well, one of the major things that people use, or institutions especially, you know, if you're Harvard University and where they have $40 billion in their foundation, what do you do with it? Well, one of the things that Harvard owns is, I don't know how many thousands of acres of timberland in northern Idaho. And, you know, it's all full of hardwood timber, and, you know, the odds are pretty good that timberland is going to hold its value. Another foundation, University Athletic Association, some years ago bought a big chunk of Wyoming. And the reason was it had 380,000 estimated tons of graphite in the ground, proven reserves. They bought it. Why? Anybody know what graphene is? It's a very high quality form of graphite and carbon. And one of the primary uses of it is in energy cells and in batteries. Think there's any future in owning graphite in the ground, proven reserves? Sure. So one of the reasons that you own real estate, especially if you're trying to hoard a lot of wealth, is it's a great repository of wealth. So it's important. It's the people benefits. Onward and upward. Defining people benefits. Some properties offer different benefits to different owners depending upon their financial, business expertise, family, lifestyle, social situation, and other factors. You know, this is common sense stuff. There are certain people that have advantages for owning certain types of property. I have some folks that do apartments, and they're very, very knowledgeable, experienced in apartments. They have property management facilities and maintenance facilities in several cities in the Northeast. And so they can take on an apartment complex problem that might be a real problem to somebody else and turn that into a real premium property. They can also take a property that they can pay market value for, and because of their economies of scale and knowledge, expertise of the market, they can end up making 2 or 3% return per year more than the average investor who paid the market value for that property. You know, how about the person, and we're going to talk about this and some other things. I have a kid going to college, and so the cost of housing is really getting up there these days. So I'm going to go buy a duplex, fourplex, 10 units, whatever, in college town, move my kid in. He or she is going to be the property manager, or they are going to be the property manager, and we're going to leave them there for the 4 to 6 years it takes to get their undergraduate degree, and maybe another 2 or 3 years to get their graduate degree, and then I'll sell the apartments to recoup all of the money, you know, and that actually works. And I've done some of that myself around a number of different university areas over the years. And yes, if you do it correctly, it works well, and sometimes you make a profit over and above the savings on housing, okay? However, that's a two-edged sword, because your kid just got the master's degree in underwater basket weaving and left-handed tomahawk throwing. And they're getting ready to leave because they have a job in North Dakota throwing tomahawks with their left hand. And guess what? You've just lost your property manager. How many of you want to live in Florida and own a 10-unit student apartment house in Missouri and hire a local manager to take care of that for you? How many of you want to do that? No, you don't want to do that. I owned a 12-unit student apartment in Athens, Georgia once. And I solved the management problem for a while because I hired the captain of the wrestling team as my in-house property manager. And then he graduated. And then I paid somebody to take over the ownership of those units. I really did. So it all depends on what? On the circumstances of the owner. That makes sense? So we're leading up to something here. We'll get there. Categories of people benefits positive. I need this property to expand my business. I want to expand my farm. I'm going to buy the 200 acres next door. I need a place in Tampa to put a branch. I need to move the hell out of California and move into Utah and irritate John and all those people up there in Reno. Okay? So, I have a positive. How about a negative use? My Dayton, Ohio shopping center has just become 45% vacant. The roof is bad, and part of the reason the tenant moved out is because the roof leaks like a sieve every time it rains. And, oh, by the way, the current income is now not enough to pay for the taxes, insurance, maintenance, and the mortgage payment. I'm a little short each month, several $1,000s, as a matter of fact. And guess what? I have a tenant who would like to move in there, but I don't have the $120,000 that it would take to do the tenant improvements to get that person in. You think they're motivated to make a transaction? That's a negative motivation. Not based on fact or reason. Now, I realize in most of your areas you never run into this, but in Florida, we will occasionally get the person who says, oh, I bought this 2 years ago for X million dollars. And by the way, for those of you who don't understand about Florida, it is downhill from New England. When people let go in New England, they slide right downhill. Some of them stop in the Carolinas, but a lot of them just keep sliding on down and they get into Florida. And they just sold their 1,450 square foot house in Boston for $1.3 million. And they get to Florida and they got $1.3 million in their pocket. And you can find out that they can get a 5,000 square foot house in Florida for about $500,000. And now they got $1 million to go buy something else. And guess what? They haven't a clue, so they pay too much for it. Okay? So I bought this for $2 million a couple of years ago. And I put $500,000 of improvements in it. And I want to sell this for $2.5 million plus about a 10% return per year. So my price is going to be $2,990,000. Except that the current market has gone totally in the toilet because this is a 30-year-old metal building, self-storage facility, which has now had a new Wawa gas station built in front of it. You know what Wawa is? That's the one with the 2,904 tanks and all the gas and sandwiches and stuff. And so they just built a new Wawa in front of my property. And so, what do you think the odds are of that property holding its value? A lot of that goes around. So one of the keys is to understand when you're working with somebody to take the listing or consider whether or not they will be a client, then I want you to think about it in terms of, is this a positive reason to make a transaction? Is this a negative reason to make a transaction? Or are these people crazy? No, that's the only reason I want to bring this up, so you understand, because why do people go to closing? Because of motivation, right? So if their only motivation is to find the greater fool who will pay me more than what I'm waiting for, because I don't care whether I make a deal or not, is there any motivation there? I don't think so. Specialized management, leasing knowledge, contact, construction, development, expertise. If you have a lot of construction and development expertise and experience, do you have an advantage over somebody who doesn't when you're buying a rehab or turnaround property? Absolutely. You know, there was an apartment complex outside of Chicago some years ago, and it had been irrationally neglected by the owners who had inherited it from daddy and uncle, whoever. And they were going to hire a general contractor, and the cost, this is 531 units, and 279 units were not habitable. They had been cannibalized to keep the rest of them working. And so the general contractor had come in, and they had estimated $31,000 per unit to rehab the units. And somebody who had that hands-on experience ended up being the supervisor. Yeah, it took a few years. But they understood that you never let the contractor buy the materials. You buy the materials, you take the discount, you hire them for their labor, and so all of those kinds of things you buy. You don't buy 2 air conditioners, you buy 200, which means that the price drops by about 60% if you do that. Want to take a wild guess what the actual cost to rehab those units was per unit? You know what we guessed?
12.
5, actually 4,980 something. And that included new cabinets, new appliances. These had wall shaker air conditioners. Still don't understand. That's an advantage. Geographic advantages. You know, I live there, or my uncle's there, my cousin's there, I have a property management division there, etc. Cash resources. If you got cash resources, you can do things that other people can't. We have the cash resources, so instead of buying 2 air conditioners at a time, we bought 200. And we were able to cut a deal, so we only had to take delivery on 25 at a time. And guess what? The company delivered the units, one to each one of the units that it was going to go in that day. You know, I mean, there's a lot of ways to do this. If you've got cash, you can reduce the mortgage. You can rehab, you can pay tenant improvements. Cash is a real advantage. Credit's the same way. What if you have the cash, but you don't have any inclination as to what you want to do, but you would like to have a nice 10, 12, 15% return? What would you do? What are you going to do? Anybody?
Talk to me.
Right. You come to a marketing session because why? There's probably going to be about 20 opportunities in there where we've got the arms and legs, we've got the knowledge, we've got the experience, we've got the reputation, we've got the whole resume, but we need money. And so if you've got the cash, you can become the passive investor. It's an advantage. Credit resources, same way. You'll find people say, hey, we need somebody to sign on the debt, and we will give X amount of return to the party for doing that. Direct use of a specific property. You know, I'm in the refrigerated food distribution business, so therefore I would be interested in a refrigerated warehouse. For those of you who are not familiar with it, refrigerated and freezer warehouses right now are the hottest item on the market. I mean, they're going at 4 cap rates on a grand scale. Anyway, property requires low or no management. You know, I want to get in the motorhome, go see the grandkids in Phoenix. I don't want anything to do with it because I'm going to own some Burger Kings, Dollar Generals, Dollar Trees, fill in the blank. And it's a triple net lease. I will tell you, over the years, I have experienced the fact that triple net leases have to be attended to at one level or another. Because if you don't go look at them, they really don't take care of the price. They really don't. And so I recommend it to my clients, you know, go make a visual, physical inspection about every 2 years. And you know what? We often find, big cracks in the parking lot. They've got sandbags around the door on the side because the drainage is not working. Go look. It's not a free lunch property, but a lot of people, the primary benefit they want is fewer toilets per square foot, and they just want a mailbox money check. Property can be readily financed. I have an encumbered piece of dirt. I'm tired of feeding this alligator, and I need something where the lovely, wonderful tenants will start paying the mortgage. And so one of the benefits of a property to someone might be that I can readily finance it. What if you're going out of a title to a property that has a gigantic mortgage over basis problem? Let's call it $6 million. And you have a $6 million mortgage over basis problem and it's a C Corp in a state with a big state capital gains tax. And you only have $2 million equity. You're about $1.6 million short of paying the taxes and the closing costs if you sell it. So what do you have to do? What's the only solution to that? 1031 exchange, right? 1031 exchange, because 1031 exchange, as long as we've got it, as far as I know, and I've researched this for years, is the only way to cover up mortgage over basis problems. Okay? So, readily financed, because this particular, in this particular transaction, we had to have something that could be readily financed for 80% in order to not have net loan relief, which in an exchange is taxable to the extent of gain. Property's free and clear. I have to have cash. I got to pay an IRS bill. I trade my property free and clear house. I go to Happy National Bank or discount it out, cash it out. Pathway to cash. I'm looking for free and clear properties. I might be looking for free and clear properties because I want the seller to take the financing. I'm doing 1031 exchange, and I found this really killer property. Oh, I can hardly stand it. It's going to take 85% of all cash in qualified intermediary, and I need some net loan relief coverage. So how about buying a free and clear piece of dirt, northern Georgia, Utah, or whatever, on a 50-year loan, interest only for the first 5 years, in order to keep from having a net loan relief taxable problem on your exchange? Will that work? Certainly will. And everybody in that deal benefits. We have, that's what I do. I make money by making it worth more. I don't want any rehab. I don't want to mess with it. I don't like handyman stuff, all right? My wife will not allow me to touch a paintbrush. I can get paint on the bottom of the sofa by painting, I don't want to do that. Government regulatory entitlements. If you have a piece of dirt and it's already approved with the plat and all of that good stuff, is it worth more than the dirt that you could get that on? Oh, you better believe it. And I have some good friends that developed in California for many years. And I asked Virgil one time, I said, boy, you guys pay an outrageous amount of money for your subdivision in order to build houses and sell them. Why in the world do you do that? And he said, well, first of all, I'm too old to spend somewhere between 5 and 7 years in frustration in order to get the entitlements and get the plat map or whatever it is they call it in California. So they just quit doing that. And they just paid the freight. They still made a good profit. I mean, I'm investing with them, made some 18% returns that way. But entitlements are very valuable. Ego benefits. Live at 6 Ocean View in Palm Beach, Florida, and I want to buy the 4-story little white office building in the circle downtown where my CPA and my attorney are, because I can drive by there and tell people, see that interview was mine. And they can talk about it at the country club. This guy can waste money quicker than anybody I ever met. And when he bought that office building, he bought it losing about $2,000 a month. But he needed it for his ego, because he could put you in his Rolls Royce and you can drive by and say, it's mine. Now, some people might buy the lot next door so that nobody build a house. I've seen people in California buy the property across the street that would block their ocean view if somebody built a 2-story house there. So it all depends on that. Recreation benefits, I'm gonna hunt there or whatever. Others. You see how long this list is? You see why we're talking about people? And when you discover what people's knowledge, expertise is, it makes a huge amount of difference. People benefits are directly related. If you want to find somebody who will sign the paper, get somebody who has the people benefits that will motivate them to go out of title or to go into title. People have a need of a different set of property benefits. The people have a need for a different set of property benefits. Property is not inherently bad. West Texas, no water for about 40 miles. Just a big chunk of desert, holds the earth together at that particular spot. And we're in Atlanta, Georgia, at an NCI marketing session with about 200 people there, and the fellow standing up there presenting this property, and we're all shaking our head. Who in the world wants a piece of desert West Texas with no water? And the guy in the back gives his number. Only person in this 200-something attendee marketing session. It's a 5-day marketing session, by the way. And so the moderator says, stand up, what are you going to do with that? God, this is a piece of crap land. The guy turns out to have a master's degree in herpetology. Anybody know what herpetology is? That's reptiles. Because the presenter said, you can't even go ride a horse out there because it's alive with rattlesnakes. And this guy had a business on the side. He was a professor at Florida State University, but he had a business on the side of milking rattlesnakes and making antivenom. So the first thing they did was go out there and build a fence around the land to keep the snakes in. And put a little shed out there, and they drive out there with a truck and a tank with water and stuff. And as far as I know, thank God, that's been 20-something years ago. As far as I know, they're still out there milking rattlesnakes. See, there's no bad real estate. There's only non-beneficial ownership. Have a taker principle, taker habit principle. This is so simple that most people miss it and never even think about it. You cannot, and I first learned this when I was selling kitchen knives door to door while I was still in the Air Force. You cannot sell anything until you can find somebody who will take what you're offering. On the other side, you cannot get closing until you find somebody who's offering what you want. So if you go in there and they just love your $300-some set of kitchen knives, which was an outrageously expensive set of kitchen knives in those days, but they didn't have any money. And let me tell you, my manager wanted money. The company wanted cash. So they taught us to ask the right questions. Well, what if we could finance this over 6 months or a year? Oh, that worked. This will tell you how long ago it was. I would have people give me cases of pop bottles that I could come down to the store and sell the pop bottles for the down payment on the financed set of kitchen knives. It works the same way with real estate. So if you will start to take the taker and the haver apart and recognize that they don't have to be the same party, then you can absolutely magnify the opportunities to get to closing. I need cash, but I have the world's lousiest piece of real estate. People go out there and drive by and throw up. It's so bad. Nobody's going to buy it, but man, I've got to have cash right now. So what if I can find somebody who will take that, but they're offering 13,000 bottles of rum? What am I going to do with that? What do you think we did with it? We traded it to Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines, who gave us a whole stack of cruise certificates, which we took to a promotion company and sold them at a discount for cash. That worked? We did. Worked just fine. We took the taker and the haver apart. And we looked for, we kept our eye on the ball. What we're trying to do is get to the cash that the person absolutely had to have for a cash-only need. Right? Everybody agree with that? How many of you really want cash? Not really. See, cash has no intrinsic value. We changed from the barter system about 150 years ago to the money system. And since then, the money system has gotten more and more and more in control. And so people think that cash has value. The only time I've ever seen people that did not pass the cash through to what they ultimately wanted was the people that needed the emotional value of cash, and that is, you know, my wife has a certain amount of money that she needs to see in a savings account in the bank. And if we get less than that, I mean, I start getting some bad times. It's all burned over the plate at night if we do. Some people need the security of having X amount of dollars in the bank because it gives them a comfort level. I would rather have a negative interest rate after inflation certificate of deposit and the security of thinking that I can be liquid here. But what are most people going to do with the money? They're going to acquire something else with it, aren't they? Right? Now, one of the ways I got introduced to exchanging was one of my very first listings was a little industrial property, and the guy wanted $125,000 for it. It was my first commercial sale, and I found a buyer, and we're walking out of the closing, and I'm happy as a clam. I've made this outrageously big commission for those days. And I'm just casually said, I said, what are you gonna do with all that money? He says, oh, I'm buying the property down the street. I already got a contract, we're gonna close on that next week. Guess what he was doing that with? Or not with? Me. Why didn't I ask that question up front? Why are you selling this? Oh, I need to buy the property down the road because it's bigger and I need the extra space and I need to be in this general location. I could have gone down the street. You got 2 commissions. Oh, that's better than one. So there's a reason that you need to, somebody says, oh, I just want cash. Well, you know, I'm really curious. If I just brought your $280,000 in cash in here, poured it up here in the middle of the dining room table and $100 bills, what in the world would you do with that? And I always usually get one or two things. Is first thing I would do is call Brinks to get an armored car all the way over here. And then you get them to start telling you what the hell we're going to do with the money. Now, sometimes they say, none of your damn business. Okay? Now, it all depends on what my relationship is with that person. You know, I may continue to work with them as a customer, but I suspect they will never be a client. Because if you won't tell me what it is that I need to know in order to do the best job in the world for you, representing you as an agent, then why am I going to continue to work with you? Think about that for a little while. But nobody really wants cash. They're going to do something else with it. And if you can find out what that something else is, it will help you to move your marketing over to another notch. Traditional marketing versus equity marketing. This is pretty simple. I'm a big advocate of everything we've all done, because I've done it all. Billboards, signs, flyers, the whole 9 yards. Put it on LoopNet. I'm so old I remember PikeNet. Peter Pike out of Indianapolis was one of the first online listing programs ever. And used them all. I mean, we used to send flyers out by thousands to brokers around the country. And you know what? The problem with that is it only works well when there is a readily available number of buyers with money and credit. And credit's available. How many of you think credit's a little more difficult today than it was a few years ago? I guarantee you it is. I'm a recovering mortgage banker, and I kept a lot of my contacts. Right now, there are a lot of deals that do not get financed, not because they shouldn't, but because the compliance officer in the bank knows that the compliance people from the Fed and the OTC are going to sit on their shoulder. Okay? There's a lot of rules and regs that have made it, in my opinion, a lot more difficult in order to get financing on a whole wide variety of types of properties. Anyway, the problem with traditional marketing is nothing happens until the taker, because you're out there waving a flag, blowing a horn, saying, look at my property, but nothing happens until that potential taker does something of their volition on their time frame. Right? And traditional marketing does not generally include anything about the word called benefits. Equity marketing, on the other hand, equity marketing, the difference between the two is that equity marketing puts the emphasis on the benefit relationship of the owner to the property. Remember we said earlier, the only reason you should go out of title is because you don't have the benefits today that you need. The only reason you should go into title on the property is because it's providing more benefits than what you already own, including cash. That all make sense? And so in equity marketing, one of the things that we add to the marketing effort is to understand that we don't necessarily have to have the haver and the taker, meaning that if you want my property, you have to be offering cash. Because now there's a little tiny piece of the market. But for every person with cash and credit in the market for what I'm offering, there may be literally thousands and thousands of people who have the equity in something else, whether it's a property or something else that would like to have and would rather have my property than what they have. That's the difference with equity market. And we're going to explore that a whole lot more before the day's over. The people factor. What we need is for our clients to be able to understand what they're offering to the market really. Oh, my property is absolutely wonderful because when we bought this house, we imported all of this marble from Italy and put it in the big foyer. Ugliest green, lime green marble you ever saw in your whole life. Oh, it was awful. Everybody walked in the front door and said, whoa, how was that? They didn't understand that the marble in the foyer was a negative as opposed to a positive. And in those days, I didn't know enough about asking questions in order to get them to understand that. All right? But getting the person who is going to market to understand that they have to understand how the market is going to see what the benefits of their property. They may not even understand what the benefits of their property are. And we're going to talk about the discovery, the counseling process in a bit that will help you understand how you draw that information out. We also need them to recognize the benefits that are needed. I need out of management and into passive income. Why is that? I'm old, I have arthritis, I can't go to management. My wife was threatening to divorce me if I go down there and clean up one more broken pipe at 2 o'clock in the morning, et cetera, et cetera. Pick one. All right? What is it that you need and why do you need that? And how long do you think that's going to be the benefit that you need? Does that make sense? So if somebody understands the benefits that they're offering to the market, and they understand what the benefits are that they need from the market, do you suppose that price and terms might be less important in the final decision? I can't tell you how many transactions I've seen fall apart over the years because they were arguing about 1% or 0.5% on the seller financing or 2% on the price of the property. And they should have closed the transaction because it was good for everybody and they got hung up on price and terms. Because what's price and terms? Price and terms is win-lose, isn't it? If I get my price and terms and you have succumbed to that, then what? I win, you lose. And a lot of people out there in the real estate world, a lot of professional investors, if you please, play the win-lose game. And a lot of institutional investors play the win-lose game. Well, in my case, I want my owners to understand that we have brought them a transaction that provides the benefits that we have all agreed is what we need. And you know what? Almost the overwhelming majority of every time they say, oh yeah, that one works, where do I sign? Or we need to make an offer on this property because it provides these benefits and we need to get a dialogue. You know, she offers something that, man, my client's just going to have a nosebleed for your listing. Except that what we're offering, her people will say, what? Why are you talking to me about this? You know? And so what I do is I go say, by having my client sign a letter of intent, sign a contract offer, and I come over and present it to her, and she says, Jim, I think you're a little crazy, but my people are not even remotely going to do that. I said, look, suppose you go to your people, because my clients, I'm pretty sure, subject to some diligence, my clients really will close and take title to your property under these terms and conditions. If I can find a cash buyer for my property and we can close that simultaneously, so we get your property, but your guys get cash, you think they might do that? Think they might do that? Well, we can write contracts. We're going to show you how to do that later. Okay, and so the object of the game is that they understand what they're doing and they will help you go and rip the doors off of the market. Different owners, this is a really important item. Why do any transactions close? Because different owners need to change different sets of benefits. If I'm going out of something that I don't like the benefits, why would I go into something that has the same benefits? right? That makes sense? So the reason transactions close is because I'm giving up something that's not beneficial to me as I need today, and I'm going to close with you because you or your client is trying to go out with a set of benefits that do not fit them today, but by changing places, we both win. That's what equity marketing is about. That's what this marketing session is about, is not putting transactions to closing, but identifying taker-haver connections from which you can build a transaction. 5 takers. I go to market, and I come back from the market, whether I go to the market with on CCIM net, or I get it off the internet, I get it off a flyer, or I call my network up, I get a sign, or I go to marketing sessions. But I find 5 people or 5 principals who will take my property, probably subject to some diligence, but they really are takers for the benefits that I'm offering. Got a little 90,000 square foot shopping center in Winchester, Missouri. My daddy said, the only reason you sell is for cash and you only take cash. Well, the shopping center was making good money, great location, hardly any competition. This guy, by the way, who owned it was like 88. And he had inherited it from his daddy, who built it literally with his own 2 hands. But he only wanted cash. And we couldn't find a cash buyer at that particular time, because it was in a small town. You're kind of halfway out there. You went further out, you're on your way back. And so, but we found people in marketing sessions that, oh man, I'll take that, absolutely. Here, and we made them all go to writing, at least a letter of intent, and signed by their principal. Does that carry a little more weight than crazy Jim Wilson calling you up and saying, I think my people might do so and so with you, right? So, see that guy in the middle? He's not offering real estate. He's Crazy Joe from New Jersey, who's offering 10 train car loads of finished compost as the down payment on your restaurant building. How many of you jumped out of bed this morning and said, God, I can hardly wait to get 10 train car loads of compost? However, the owner of the restaurant, they were closing that unit. They own 30-something restaurants within a 50, 75-mile radius, all of which had landscaping. And guess what? That deal closed. So just because somebody's offering something out of the ordinary, we're going to talk about that later, don't just write it off. But here's the key. Every one of these people is offering something that my people don't want. Guys said, I just want cash, don't bring me all that junk. One of the junks, by the way, was an airplane. Can you imagine an 88-year-old guy wanting an airplane? I don't think so. But guess what? The airplane was cashable, right? So what I've done by getting these 5 deals, these 5 takers, is I now have 6 ways to get to closing, don't I? And I recommend that when you work with these people, you get as much information about what they're offering, because now, God bless them, you go to Ted Blank and you say, Ted, I want to, your people are looking for my property, but we really don't want a condo in the weeds. And so he opens up things. He keeps track of all his takers. Says, how about one of these? No, I want that one either. How about one of these? You would buy a watch. So if you keep track of your takers, so what you've done is you now have 6 ways to get to closing instead of 1. And now all I got to do is have any one of these, the shopping center, any one of these 5 takers go to cash, and what? I get to close and get paid. That's the part I like the best. My wife actually likes it better than me. Non-real estate assets, mortgages. And I'm talking about existing mortgages on which you're collecting money. You sign the mortgage. Mortgage is mailbox money, isn't it? Right? Mortgages, boats. We had an all-cash offer among the marketing session results some years ago for a guy's property in Ohio. And I saved the all-cash full-price offer to the last, because I always make my people look at all that. Well, one of the offers was a 57-foot Morgan sailboat with a condo boat slip in Olympia, Washington. And I presented that, and I got down to the all-cash offer. Guess what he took? He took the sailboat. Why? Because his brother was a licensed sea captain, and they went out to Washington and went sailing all of the time. And the guy had enough money, he could afford to do that. So he took the sailboat and the condo boat slip instead of the all cash. You never, who could tell? And so there's a lot of other things that people offer. This is one of the things that we always ask about. Tell me, I'm just curious, if we have a problem getting attention in the market, do you have any other things that you could maybe throw in the deal as a bonus if somebody would come and make you an offer? And then showed up, he was speaks next to Macy's. And you find out all kinds of, oh yeah, we bought 2 lots and filled in the blank Lake Tansy a few years ago. Yeah, we decided we're never ever going to go up there and build. Or, you know, I have a condo in San Diego and my daughter used to live there, but now we're renting it and it's a problem. I just do not have that. Oh yeah, I could throw in $100,000, $1 million, fill in the blank. Oh really? You know, what could you do? 13,000 bottles of rum, real deal. And it made a deal. The guy got the 13,000 bottles of rum, and he ended up turning it into the cash he needed. How did he get 13,000 bottles of rum? It was a can ad or will ad that balanced the equities in another trade. Okay? So, all kinds of services. If you're an attorney, engineer, I had a guy who was an earth mover, guy moved dirt and did development projects, and he would write $10,000 certificates for earth moving work and buy real estate with it. Works just fine. Commodities, 10 train carloads of processed compost. You know? What else? I mean, I've seen train cars, drag lines, all kinds of stuff. So there are a lot of real estate boot items that sometimes are easier to get to cash than maybe some other real estate ones.
I got one.
Sure.
Cattle.
Oh, cattle and horses, wonderful. Absolute chickens worked with some turkeys. Goldsboro, North Carolina. I mean, turkeys are liquid cash on the phone, literally. Getting to know, I'm gonna give you a quick aside. This is my 49th year in this business, and probably for the last, probably close to 30 years, I have done almost all of my business either from marketing sessions or with the network of people that I've gotten to know through going to marketing sessions. Because in a marketing session, it's real quick to pick out the people who have pieces from which you can assemble transactions that meet client needs. And you can get on the phone. If you need to know about self-storage, I mean, you really need to know about self-storage, you call Chuck Sutherland, who's going to run this meeting. Because Chuck cut his teeth at the knee of Colby Sandman, who was the inventor of self-storage in 1951. And Chuck built a whole city full of this stuff in square footage. Okay? So that's one of the benefits of coming to marketing sessions, is get to know all these people. Multiplying the opportunities, separate thinker and haver. Here's how I do it. You'll find a form in your book. They told me I had to have forms in the back of this thing. But what I used to do is just take a form one, that's a blank piece of paper, fold it in half, and get a crease down the middle, and on the left, I would put down the benefits that I'm offering to the market. And then underneath that, I would start listing the categories of takers for the benefits I'm offering. I have a development site that ought to be subdivision lots in medium, in the segment between 25 and 50 percentile in the price market. And I have half of the entitlements, the rest of them are probably going to happen. So those are the benefits what I'm offering. And so who's the logical taker for that? It's the builder, developers. You can go find them. I used to have an exercise that I did. I go out on my patio with a glass of iced tea or something. And back in the days when we had phone books, it was called the Yellow Pages exercise. And I would sit out there with a clipboard and I'd start through the yellow pages. And I'd turn the pages and say, who should be in here? You know, who on this page? What kind of, you know, this kind of property, this kind of owner, who, and I would make a list of people. What are the categories of the people who ought to be takers for what I'm offering to the market? And then under that, I might sit down and put the importance of that, or what I think the difficulty in locating those people. On the right-hand side, I put the same information about the average. What are the benefits that we're looking for? Who's the likely, or what are the categories of likely takers or havers for the benefits that we're looking for? I automatically just assume that I may have to have the haver and the taker separate entities in order to get my client's objective fully achieved. All right? And so I work down that, I put you in the mindset so you're not thinking about where I'm going. Now, I identify, how do I contact these people? You know, things like phone book, run them down online. I'll give you a trade secret that Lance Warner taught me years ago. He said, go to the public courthouse, look on the deed. Down at the bottom, it will tell you what attorney prepared the deed. Same way if it's got a recorded mortgage. You know, somewhere on there, it'll probably give you the name of the attorney that prepared that document. And whether it's a title company or a law firm or whatever, they'll contact the law firm and say, do you still have contact with these people? Would you please get in touch with them and tell them that Jim Wilson represents some clients who are interested in making a written offer on their property. Written, signed, market offer on their property. And let them be your go bulldog to people. And that works a lot, you know. Sometimes the attorneys they're still clients of the attorney. Sometimes they say, well, you know, gosh, you know, we're just a title company. But do you suppose you could find out, because we don't know who ABC LLC is, that you do. So would you go contact them, and we'll pay you to do that if you would. And I've sent a $100 check to title companies 2 or 3 times for chasing down who the people are and how I get in touch with them. So I have to be able to get in touch with them in order to make a transaction happen. The next thing is, I then take a judgment call. Which of these is going to be the more difficult to accomplish? And is it going to be easier to find the taker, or is it going to be easier to find the haver? So where are you going to put the first effort? Where are you going to start? Get the hard part done first. Whichever one's going to be the more difficult, that's the one you focus on first. Because when you get that piece in place, the next piece to close the transaction is less trouble with it. Right? That makes sense? So that's a strategy. Be a taker. It's a mindset. Be a taker. You know, she's offering what my clients want, and we know that they probably don't want our sewer plant or our 13,000 bottles of rum or fill in the blank other stupid stuff that I've ever wrote over the years. We know they're going to say no, but I don't care what your people want. I'm going to make you my offer to see if I can get a transaction started. Oh, by the way, what is it your people want? Oh, well, we want so-and-so. Okay, well, I'll tell you what. Give us 90 days, and she and I will work together, we'll go find it. Now, do the same thing. And that's it, God, we'll see you. Hey, you have what they want. Hey, we'll have them write you an offer. Right? That makes sense? See, be a taker. Don't care whether they want what you're offering. It's not important. We're going to talk about presenting in the marketing session. I'm going to say it now. Don't tell anybody what you want. Nobody cares. They don't. She doesn't care what we want. She only cares about what her client wants. Clients hung up on cash. If we limit our transactions to only one in which the takers offer cash, we have severely limited our closing. We already talked about that once. So if we're willing to exchange for something that is more likely to go to cash than our property, isn't that the pathway we want to go down? If you really, really, really want cash, but there are no cash takers with cash and credit for what you're offering to the market, how do you get to closing? It's real simple. You've got to find somebody who'll take what you're offering that will give you something that will get you to cash. Because otherwise, what? You're wasting your time, aren't you? You're not going to get paid. You're not going to have a closing. How might we understand taker and haver principle? We just talked about that. Now, I really, really, really need some cash. So why not exchange our equity for 3 free and clear rental houses, which we can then go to Happy National Bank and get a mortgage on in order to get the cash that we absolutely have to have in order to pay Uncle Sam and not lose our office building and everything else we own. That work? Sure. We just, you use the taker-haver principle by separating the taker and haver and go to something that's more effective. Ask them, do you have a backup package? You have a whole bunch of property information or brochure. Can I have a copy? Because when I go up there and I say, well, you know, how about one of these? And oh, by the way, I have this 2-pound backup package with all the information. We're going to talk about how you prepare those packages. Maintain a list of takers during the marketing effort, attending and effectively participating in marketing sessions. Try to convert them whenever you have a taker or a haver, even if it's not a two-way transaction. Convert it to writing in some fashion. Now, we have what we call mini forms or preliminary transaction proposals on the tables. I've created one, you'll get a copy out of this class. I've created one that starts to look like a contract. And it says right up here, this is not a binding offer, but here's the deal that I'm proposing, and it has an addendum, which the addendum looks just like the terms and conditions on a contract. It's amazing how that looks. You know? And I have my client sign that. So if I come to you and I say, would your people take my piece of junk over here? It's real easy to say no. But if I come to you and I say, oh, I have an offer signed, a letter of intent signed by my clients, then are you going to go talk to your people about it? You're not going to cut me off. Does that make sense? So that's where we're going with this. Participating in marketing sessions, as we said a little earlier, are not competitive. The competition is to see who can make the best presentation. The competition is to see who can contribute the most effectively to everybody getting to transactions that might close. Otherwise, marketing sessions are collaborative and cooperative, because why did we say transactions go together and close? Is because I'm giving up what is less beneficial to me and walking away from closing with something that is more beneficial to me. And if you do this correctly, whether you've got 3 legs or 12 legs or 29, I was actually part of a 29-way exchange once 100 years ago. It took 2 years to get it done. And when they finally had the closing, everybody went to California and we had this big fun closing in a meeting hall. And then we had a hell of a party afterwards. You know, it was kind of fun. But the bottom line is whether you've got 2 ways or 3 ways or 5 ways, most 2-way transactions are what? Money for real estate. And the traditional exchange is real estate for real estate and money. Texas 2-state. Because, you know, what I've got didn't draw the money, I've exchanged for something that will get the money. And so, but when you do that, you go to closing and everybody puts what they don't want into the center of the table and they take home what they do want. Isn't that what motivates a transaction to go to closing? That's the key, in my opinion. So it's not collaborative, not competitive, it's collaborative and cooperative. And on that note, we are going to reach, the word counseling actually in real estate came from a fellow named Chuck Chapman, who I was blessed enough to actually know Chuck and go to his classes and stuff. And Chuck's attitude was, it's all about the people. And he took the concepts from psychology and psychological and psychiatric counseling and the questioning techniques and put them to work in order to help people understand their own needs and their own situations and draw out of them. And we're going to talk about an important principle about not telling people what they don't want to hear. Counseling, the process of discovery, is the foundation of effective marketing and completed transactions. Counseling, discovery is the process by which we and our client, it's not enough for you to understand their benefits. What the benefits offer, the benefits they need. It's not enough for you. Okay, your client or clients need to understand and verbalize what the benefits are that they're offering. And we have to establish benefits being offered, benefits, needs. What are we really seeking to do? What is our end goal here? I don't care if you want cash. What are you going to do with it? If you won't tell me, maybe I don't want to work with you because I don't know what it is that you need. Many years ago in a marketing session up in Coeur d'Alene, Idaho, so the couple was represented by brokers, and they got up and they were dairy farmers. And they were old, and they were selling their dairy farm. And what they were selling the dairy farm for was because they still had reasonably good health, even though they were in their late 70s, and he was 81, I think. And their objective was they wanted to take a 9-month around the world cruise. That's why they were selling their dairy. When they retired, they wanted to take a 9-month around the world cruise. The guy who acquired the dairy farm was 5,000-pound financial gorilla, and what he did was he opened an American Express account for them. He put the around the world cruise tickets on his credit card, and he gave them a credit card for spending money with an extra limit on it, and they carried paper for the rest. And he sent them on their around the world cruise a couple of months after the marketing session. Now, what are you going to do with the money? Maybe we can take you directly there. You know, it's that kind of thing. Take-or-haver concept. If you can get the take-or-haver concept across to your client, how did I do that? I didn't. When she and I were talking. What is your name, please?
Erica.
Erica. When Erica and I were playing our little game a minute ago. I didn't say anything about takers and havers, did I? What I did was I introduced the idea of takers and havers by saying, you know, I'm pretty sure your people probably don't want what we're offering. If I can find a cash buyer for that and you get the cash at closing and we just get your property, that'd be okay? Didn't I just explain the taker-haver principle? Didn't I do that? You don't have to use jargon terms. It's a concept. It's a concept. Client will ads. Most people call them can ads. I figured out many years ago, decades literally, they can add, but they might not. So I want to know what you really will add to the deal. You know, I can add $500,000 to the deal. And the question is, Jim, will you really write a $500,000 check at closing? And he says, well, maybe? Yeah. Okay. So what we're interested in is will ads. And we're going to explore what those will ads are. Why counseling discovery is so important. Understanding the benefits, verbalizing, understanding the benefits will enable effective marketing because you know what you're trying to accomplish, right? That makes sense? Absolutely. Price versus benefits. If people are honed in on price, they're going to play win-lose. Even though a transaction that's not the best price, maybe not the best terms, but might be the most beneficial transaction. How about this? I'm going out of my apartments at a 12 cap rate. That's because I'm neglecting them and they're run down, beat up, and I don't do a very good job of management. And you want me to take a Family Dollar at a 6 cap rate? Really? Well, if you got rundown, beat up apartments that you can't rent because it's being mismanaged, are you gonna keep getting your return? No, you're probably losing money now. Which would you rather have? A 6 cap rate where the money came in the mailbox every month? Or a 12 cap rate that doesn't have any cash flow? Pick one. Hello? Now, you can't do it quite that bluntly, but that's what we're talking about, is to get them to understand the difference between price and terms. Are they a customer or are they a client? Clients are people with whom you develop a trust and confidence relationship so that they will tell you all of the facts that you really need to know in order to help them. And if it's a negative, one of the ways that I judge my clients and whether they're going to become a client in our discovery process, will you tell me all the bad stuff about the property you want me to take to market? No, and if you won't tell me the bad stuff, then I'm going to get blindsided, aren't I? Not nice. So, are they a customer? Customers want. I need. I want. Something. What? I want my price. You know. And if you're not willing to pay my price, help. You know. Are they motivated? What's the chances you get paid there? Are they a customer, or are they a waste of time, or are they a client? Clients, in my definition, are folks with whom you have worked sufficiently to set up a trust and confidence relationship on the same level that we like to think of with attorneys and CPAs and financial management counselors, where they will tell you the truth about what they need and what they want and why. And the fact is, my 2 kids are about to sue me because I'm not giving them enough money, and that's going to affect the value of these properties, yada, yada. Or is it a complete waste of time? One of my favorite sayings comes from the late great Cliff Weaver, who was one of the brilliant founders of a lot of the creative things that we're talking about today. And I remember one of the first marketing sessions I ever went to back 100 years ago. And Cliff's up there in the front, and he says, I'm not going to get paid. I want to start not getting paid right now. I don't have to work so hard. Do they make any sense, or are they wasting your time? How are you going to find out a lot more about this discovery process? The Society of Exchange Counselors have a lot of classes out there. You can go online and check out the Society of Exchange Counselors, and they have a lot of classes and information. There's a couple of books. Chuck Chatham produced the book, Trade Secrets of How to Make a Living in Real Estate. It doesn't seem like it has anything to do with it. But I read that book about every 2 years. Great book, one of the few things that Chuck left behind when he passed on. It's a really excellent book, and again, I read it. I have 2 copies. I have my original copy signed by Chuck, and then I have one that's falling apart, because that's one I read every 2 years. But here's where we're going. A client relationship rather than a customer relationship. They get the client to understand the taker-haver principle. The client to understand what will ads are and why and how they might need to do that, which would be in what? Their best interest in what? Achieving their goal and objective. It's not my goal or objective. It's their goal or objective that needs to make sense. Methods and techniques. This is called the Socratic method after Socrates. Socrates held the philosophy that if you want to educate someone, you ask them enough questions until they can arrive at the correct conclusion. And now they are educated as opposed to trained. You should train horses, you should educate people, right? And the Socratic method works very well. Here's one of the problems you see. You have to just keep asking the correct questions, and here's why. Counseling, the discovery process is not telling. It is the antithesis of telling. Because when you tell somebody that the value of their property is not what they think it is, the benefits are not what they think it is, et cetera, and I used to tell my kid, you should study hard in school. We had no communication there, because he would say, yeah, but, you know. Here's what happens when you start telling people, you know, my little strip center is worth X number of dollars. And you know, because you know the market very, very well in that location, it's on your homework, and you know that that's overpricing it at least 20%. So do you tell them your superior knowledge tells you that no, you're about 20% too high? What happens either consciously or subconsciously, their defense of belief kicks in their mind. And many years ago, I was involved in drug rehab counseling. And you can see it when you challenge them with a statement of drug addict. You know, the defense of belief in, this is not affecting me. I can put heroin down anytime I want to. You know, and if you believe that, I have these lots in Okeechobee Acres, and I've been looking for a cash buyer. Okay? So the key here is to remember, you're probably not going to convince an owner who has set in their mind what the value, the price, the terms, the use is. You're not going to change their mind by telling them anything. However, if you come at this from the discovery mode, now you can share the facts. You know, I've really been looking at the property since we talked a few days ago, and I've done a little homework. And you know, there's a property just down the road from me, less than half a mile, that sold about 90 days ago for X price. And there's two more that are all within a mile that are on the market for X price. And those prices, by the way, are about 25% less than what she's told me she wanted for her property when we first talked. And I said, now, if I just tell her that, you're overpriced, you should list it at that price, you know, she's gonna have a earful of it, and I'm gonna call the next broker. But if I end that up by saying, how do you think that's going to affect our marketing? And then you shut up. See how long 30 seconds of silence is? Try that for 2 or 3 or 5 minutes. And I've had that happen to me. They just, you know, their eyes glaze over. You have a question?
Well, I was going to mention, when I have a client, that's actually, I'm sure it's happened to all of us, when it's happens to me, I find, well, the client will come up with reasons why his lot or whatever is more valuable. It's, well, I have a view. Oh, it's on a bus route. Well, theirs is next to a sewage treatment plant. They'll come back with reasons why they think theirs is more valuable than the market down the street.
Well, actually, that's where we were going next. Was, what do you think the response? He's got it perfectly. The response is, well, mine's worth 25% more because of fill in the blank. It doesn't matter what it is. I have more road frontage. I'm deeper. I'm lakefront. I've, you know, I have dragonflies on my property. Fill in the blank. You know. So what do you do then? He just, you know, let's suppose he just gave me, or she just gave me all of these reasons why her property is worth more. And do you suppose the reasons that they give are going to really be valid? So what do?
Well, I come back and say, well, yes, your lot might have these features, but I don't believe it's going to increase the market value. It might.
No, you're wrong.
It might.
No, you're trying to tell me that I'm wrong. You're wrong. I'm right. You're wrong. No. May I suggest an alternative? Well, you know, I'm really curious. What's your first name? Annette. You know, it's hell getting old and having parts of it, you know. Annette, you know, that I understand what you say. Tell me how you feel those extra benefits of your property will make somebody want yours so much more that they'll pay the higher price. Why is it that you believe those factors are more important? Well, why don't we do this? Let me do some more analysis, and when we get together the next time, we'll reevaluate, and I'll see if I can find out if those characteristics of the property will in fact bring us some premium on our price for our property. And how do you feel about that?
That's fine.
What did I just do? I just moved her off of her space, didn't I? And I opened up the opportunity, when we get together the next time, I'm gonna go do some homework. And she says, oh, well, we have so much more road frontage. Well, is that a valid reason for a price to be a higher price? Yes, in many cases it is. But what if she says, we have more road frontage, but it's only 300 feet deep and it's zoned for a commercial strip center? How many of you develop commercial strip centers? 300 feet deep, not enough in most markets. You can't get your setbacks and your parking and whatever, and they won't let you build on the rear line, So what do you end up with? You end up with, spaces in your strip center that are only 30 feet deep. Oh, that didn't work. And so maybe we're in our next meeting. And I said, well, I've done some homework on this, and I've checked with some of the builders and developers, and so showed me that, the depth of the property needs to be at least 400 feet in order to, or the appraisal says, needs to be. How do you think that will affect the pricing on our property?
So that would change it.
Yeah, but you see, when I do it that way, she has the chance to make the judgment call. I'm not making the judgment call. She's making the judgment call. Is it right? Yes, it's her judgment. You better believe it's right. Now, what if she says, I don't care, I want my price? Isn't that a judgment call on her part? Now, I have a judgment call. Do I want to keep working with this person? Do I want this listing? Now, have I ever taken a listing because I want my billboard sign on that corner? Yes. Did it close? No. Did I get a whole lot of traffic from my billboard sign on that particular corner of Main and Main? Yes. Was that a benefit to me? Yes. You have to understand, there has to be a payday for you somewhere in it. Otherwise, why would you keep working with me? Does that all make sense? Do you understand why I'm suggesting that asking enough questions to keep leading them? A client in Winter Park, Florida, ritzy uppity neighborhood of Orlando. I want a triple net lease. I want a 10 cap rate property and long-term lease with an absolute, world-class credit tenant, and I want it in Winter Park. Yeah, cows roosting trees too. Now, I knew that wasn't going to happen, but he didn't know that. So, do I just say, you're out of your mind. That ain't going to happen in Winter Park. I mean, Winter Park's a little postage stamp here. Hello. I mean, you might have to go to Maitland, the next little suburb up. And that's not going to happen either. In fact, it's probably not going to happen in Florida. About 6 or 7 meetings later, we were ready to go to the market. And I went to a marketing session in Houston, Texas Real Estate Exchange, and I found someone who was getting rid of 3 post offices with long-term federal government leases on them, guaranteed leases, absolute triple nets, and they were just priced perfectly, and they didn't have quite the 10 cap rate. They had a 9. 2 of them were in Idaho, 1 of them was in Texas. Do you think we might have closed on those? Yeah. Because what? I kept asking, which is most important to you? Getting your 9 cap rate cash flow or having a Winter Park? She's looking for a triple net lease. What are you going to do? Drive by, make sure it didn't burn down last night? And we just kept asking, well, I want both. Well, let's suppose that it's not possible to find them. If you had to choose between one of those, which one would it be? It was the cash flow. And I finally got him to admit, I got kids in college and I don't have enough income to pay all the tuition and all this stuff. I gotta get out of my property and get into cash flow, because his property was a break-even property. So you keep asking questions. In the discovery process, who are we trying to get to discover things? The client. And we probably understand the benefits that he's offering long before he does. Now, we probably don't know about the people part of it, but if you can get the trust and confidence relationship by asking the questions, keep asking the questions, keep asking the questions, then you will eventually get to find out what the people part of it is. I need fill in the blank. And now, if you know what they really need, doesn't that help you to go to market with a rifle instead of a shotgun? Maybe I don't list our property on CoStar or any of the internet things. Maybe I don't put a sign on the property. You know, maybe I know exactly who the taker ought to be. The problem is, where am I going to find somebody who's offering what they need? So I now focus my time on what's going to get me to closing, finding that. Does that all make sense? I'm not talking about anything that's magical or mystical. There's nothing that I do. You know, the only difference between you out there and me standing up here, I've been practicing for 49 years. And I had a whole bunch of brilliant people when I started doing something stupid said, hey, don't do that. Do it this way. There's nothing magic about this. All of you can do these things or take the part that fits you and your person. Don't go home and change your whole way of doing business. That's not what this is about. This is about allowing you to add some things to what you do that will help you to get to closing more often, more effectively, and quicker. What is it? More fun, more money, less time, all that stuff. When you get an offer, when you get a proposal, whether it comes out of your network, whether it comes out of a marketing session, that's a counseling tool. That's a discovery tool. Here's a mistake a whole bunch of people make. Jim over here is a veteran. And when he goes to the marketing session, he's liable to come back with a stack of many offers like that. Because he does a great job of presenting, and he tells them what the benefits are, and people just say, oh, here's my number, and they go, all right. Then he offers, so he goes home, and he tells his client, hey, I got 12 offers on your property. And the client immediately thinks his property is solid gold plated, worth a whole lot more, and market is having a nosebleed to acquire his property, so he digs in his heels on that price and terms, right? We don't do that, do we, Jim? We call up and we say, I got back from the marketing session, mostly recovered, because if you're not exhausted by the time this is over on Wednesday or Thursday, you haven't been doing it right. Anyway, I'm resting. I need to come over. We need to get together. We need to review. I got about 12 ideas for transactions that might get you to our objective that we've agreed on. And I'm going to present all 12 of them. He says, oh man, that's just the one I want. Let's do that. No, wait, let's put that over on the side. That'll be our number one priority. But I really would like you to think through with me to some of these others in case that one doesn't work out. That a good idea? And I make them think through every one of them. And guess what I like to do if I can get away with it? Well, I know we don't want what David, right? Like I said, it's hell, getting all the parts right. I know we don't want what Dale's client is offering us. But if we could find a way to use that in order to make a transaction if this other one over here doesn't work, is there any reason why we wouldn't, how would we take that, And hopefully he comes back and mouths what I've trained him to do or taught him to say. Well, we can do a transaction that says subject to being able to find a sale or exchange, like we talked about before, subject to being able to find another property or sale that would be acceptable to him within 60 or 90 days, and yeah, we can take it that way. But no, I don't know what they're offering. It might be a third of a transaction that will get us to closing in 90 days, right? So we don't want to throw, well, let me tell you, when Dale brings me a taker offer, proposal, man, I want to follow it up. I'm not going to let him off the hook. Oh, by the way, I need you to send me a copy of your backup package, and we're probably going to come back to you with a signed acceptance. And are you really a taker for this? I mean, really subject to the diligence? Well, yeah, I think so. Okay, I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll put this into an in lieu of offer, so that you don't have to stop your marketing, but we can work together to see if we can make this into a three-way transaction. Is that okay, Dale? Right? And you know what? After you get to know each other, work on some things, you know, pick up the phone and call Blake over here, Chuck Sutherland, or anything. Say, hey, Blake, let's do it in lieu of. I think my guy really is a taker for yours. And I don't have to come to Las Vegas to do that, but get on the phone with Blake. And you too can establish that relationship. And so, when you get these proposals, ideas for transactions, taker-hammer connections, you now can go back and draw out your client some more. Or your listing owner may not be a client. May not be a client. Now let's drop back for a second. I want to talk about this a little bit more. Some really important things here. Sometimes you'll have a referral come to you, or somebody will come to you, or they'll answer your sign, or walking off the street into your office, and they have a problem. Hey man, it really hurts right here, you know, just lost my primary tenant, yada, yada. And I've got this finite period of time in order to solve this problem. And I need to get to fill in the blank to solve the problem, usually cash. How long do you think it takes to establish a trust and confidence relationship while you work with some principals that might be listing owners or potential clients? How long do you think that might take? Is it going to happen in a 1 hour interview? Well, so, in my experience, and that's all I can really share with you, you can ask some of the other veterans around here who work with clients. Blake works with clients, and people who've done deals probably wouldn't do a deal without Blake. Okay? I've got clients over the years that, the phone rings and they say, oh, by the way, did you know that you just sold me an apartment complex in Scottsdale, Arizona? Oh, I did. Yeah. He was out there playing golf, met somebody, made a deal, told the broker I was the broker, I'm going to get paid. Now, the corollary to that was I had to get on my airplane, go out to Scottsdale and fix the problem. But that was my client. He was not going to do that transaction without us. And so that's the definition of a client, because you are integral to their team, their tax, attorney, CPA, financial planner, the whole crap. If you do this long enough, you will become very knowledgeable in estate planning, because you will become part of their estate, right? You will become part of their estate plan. That you will get this thing where daddy tells the kids, when I croak, you will call him. Okay? Because he will keep you from screwing this up. Anyway, the whole concept here is for you to develop a relationship where you are looking out for their best interest and they are relying on you because you always tell them the truth. You always bring them the most effective things you can find in the market in order to achieve their objectives. Where do you think the majority of your business will come from over the years if you do that on a regular basis? Now, I have to tell you, my company has no signs. I don't have a brochure. I don't have a website. These days, they don't even have an office. In fact, one time we moved our offices in Winter Park, we found out we hadn't been in the phone book for almost 2 years. And I don't do any of that. I don't have a Twitter account, I don't have a Facebook account, any of that stuff. Now, why is that? Because almost all of my business now comes from referrals from my clients and attorneys and CPAs and people I've worked with. You don't do that the first year. You know, you gotta get up in that 30 or 40 years of doing this. And when you do that, it can become very effective. Now, I will tell you, I haven't done any list and sell business, so you have to understand what my prejudice is when I talk about this in theory. I don't do list and sell business. I generally refer that out to good, competent list and sell people if that's what they need. I have done almost all of my business now for at least 35 years with clients. Now, you don't get to stay home because you got to go wherever it is to fill their cup on what they need when you go to market. Does any of that make sense to you? I hope that all makes common sense. The object of the game is to arrive at an understanding of what it is you really, why do you need to get rid of it, and what do you think the market is going to think of your benefits, and what is it you're trying to achieve? Any questions? I can't teach a counseling process in a day. My first counseling course was 6 days, and I took that one 7 times. Do we have to wait and get paid when we get to the cash outlay? Can I get you to hold that? Because we are going to spend some time exactly on how we all get paid in multiple property transactions and when. Now, I don't know about you, but I'm having a difficult time with my electric company and the water company taking IOUs or vacant lots or any of that stuff for my monthly bills. They all insist on cash, you know? And so I don't know about you, but part of my job in getting these transactions together is to figure out how we can all get paid in cash at closing unless we choose to do something else. So we will address that big time this afternoon. That's important. You gotta get paid. You can't stay in business if you don't get paid. All right. Preparing to market properties. I hope I'm about to be preaching to the choir, and we're going to move through this pretty quickly. Understanding the benefits being offered. There are 3 kinds. Property benefits. There's physical aspects of the property. I have a 4-story office building, sits right on I-75 in Cincinnati, and it has 2 billboard signs on the roof. There's, I think, 100,000 cars a day go by there, some the same number. And the people exchanged the building and kept the billboards on the top. That's breaking up the physical aspects of the property. What if we have a property with extra land? We can move the extra land off, or we can move the property off. You know, the physical aspects of the property can be used in order to break up and make transactions happen that you can't get away with on a 2-way cash for real estate. And maybe you don't want to give up the billboards. By the way, those billboards brought in, 25 years, they brought in something like $12,000 a month. And that was the guy who owned the billboards. That wasn't the guy who was putting the signs on the billboards. Who knows what they were making. But 100,000 cars a day going by there, it's a bunch. You know, that's pretty lucrative business. Today, one of the other lucrative businesses, how about cell phone towers? Anybody know what's going to happen shortly as we go into the 5G?
They're going away.
No, they're not going away. They're going to multiply exponentially. There's going to be more and more and more and more and more of them. You'll have one on your front porch.
About the deal with the planes.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So I mean, there's all kinds of things out there. Physical aspects, the property benefits. How about the cash flow? You know, my wife and I, we got this new motorhome and we want to go see the kids in Phoenix. And I'm getting pretty good cash flow from my rental properties. Building like apartments, strip center, office building, whatever. Not a whole lot of problem, but you know, I'm getting some good cash flow, but I need to watch it. And it's kind of hard to watch it when I'm on the road in my motorhome. Especially if I decide grandkids are too damn noisy and I go to Vancouver instead. because of my favorite Chinese restaurants in Vancouver. All right? It's been known to happen. Anyway, so what about this? I find somebody upside down here.
Upside down Chris.
Upside down Chris. Upside down Chris here has a piece of vacant land, sits out there in front of the Home Depot, and, you know, there's an Olive Garden over there, and there's an Arby's right down there, and he's just got a, you know, vacant 3-acre site out here. But the market's kind of gotten flat, and, you know, he's had it for sale, but nobody quite, you know, jumping up there to buy it right now. And he'd really like to have an income property. And he'd really like to have those apartments that my wife and I have. And I said, well, you know, I really don't want, how long is it going, Chris, how long is it going to take before somebody comes over here and buys that son? I said, well, you know, probably somewhere between 2 and 5 years. You know, I don't want to be without income for 5 years, you know. So some brilliant equity marketer says, well, how about this? I'll tell you what we're going to do. Chris is going to take your apartments, and then he's going to give you his land, but he's going to lease back his land for about 60% of the net cash flow on your apartments. So he now has some income. And he's going to be able to have the right to continue to market the land. And so as soon as he markets the land, he gets all the cash flow in my apartments. And I get to go to Phoenix and be irritated by the grandchildren. And I still have some income, but I don't have to go worry about all those toilets per square foot and broken pipe in the wall at 2 o'clock in the morning, right? Does that sound like a good deal? Would you be willing to do that deal, Chris? Sure. Do you see what we just did? We just broke up the benefits of ownership of that property and shared them out so that each person got a portion of those benefits that filled their need. And we got the transaction done, and we got some payday. It all depends on how you look at the benefit. This is why it's so important for you to do a couple of things. One of them is to truly understand the market context and the information, the CCI, I call it the CCI information on the property, but also to know what the benefit situation is. Why do you want to go out and drive me crazy when I say, boy, you know, that sounds like a really good property. Why in the world would you want to go out or title to that? And then just, oh, they're just flabbergasted everybody. Don't you make your living sell the property? Well, it's really great. Why would you want, well, but, and then they tell you all the stuff. Here's why, man, I gotta get rid of this sucker. I can't stand to manage it. My managers are doing a really crappy job. You know, I got a tenant that's getting ready to move out of here. In fact, all my tenants are gonna move out of here over the next 3 years. Aha! Now I understand what your benefit relationship is, because you don't have the contacts or the resources or the effective property manager in White Spot on the Road, Arkansas, to put new tenants in that building. Do you? If we can figure out how to get the new tenants in there for you and to fund the tenant improvements, is there any reason why you wouldn't just keep the property? Well, no, that'd be okay. What did I just establish? What's the problem? I can't afford to do tenant improvements. I haven't a clue how to go out and fill it up again. So now my next question takes off of there. I said, well, you know, we can probably go into the market and find some folks who have really good contacts and the ability to do that. If I can find some of those folks, do you think it would be worth our pursuing some kind of a transaction in order to meet your needs that way? Well, yeah, that would, and you just lead them down the road. Just keep asking the right questions until you get them to the point where they are willing to consider whatever will get them out of their current problem and into what they say they want, which is positive cash flow that they can spend every month. Okay? That all make common sense? So when somebody arrives at that conclusion now, will they act on that most likely? Now they know why they're doing something, they know what it is they need to end up with. Do you think that creates a motivation that will make them do something? Yes. I can tell you from experience that when you say it. I know you need a new kidney because both of yours are bad. I think I can find somebody who has a kidney. Do you want to do that? I mean, that's kind of an exaggeration, but that's the point. That's the point.
And I noticed you raised your voice when you said it because their hearing was going out too.
Right. Exactly. I didn't know you knew me that well.
What?
Speak into the trumpet. Clients will ads, can ads. Sometimes people will take difficult properties. Have any of you seen the castle out in the middle of the desert that's come through the marketing sessions 3 or 4 times? The last time I saw it was probably about 6, 7 years ago, and the guy needed to get rid of it. And it's a medieval castle out there in the middle of the desert. Who the hell wants that? You know, some idiot built it some years ago. Well, when the guy got out of it, he put $1 million cash on the table if you take cash. You know, I've seen people put up, really desirable properties. I have a portfolio of Dollar Generals, and I will put that in the deal if you will come and solve my problem with my 800-unit apartment complex that's all run down, beat up, and I have lost my financing on it. So, sometimes people will come and take your property that they really don't want in order to get your will ads. And of course, the most powerful will ad is usually cash. But there are some other very powerful will ads. What if I told you I was good at the bank, probably on my personal signature? No, this is not true, okay? For $20 million. And by the way, I'm looking to find some investment opportunities where I can come in and bring the finance, qualify for the financing to participate in the deal. And if you'll take my ugly property out in the swamps of Leesburg or Lake County, Florida, I would come and do that for your project. The highest best use for my property is herding mosquitoes. All right? Everybody, does that make sense? You understand? So will ads are very important in going to market. Property information package. Here I hope I really am preaching to the choir. Property information package. What is a complete property information package? I'd like to focus on the first item up here to start with, the executive summary. Because I get packages all the time. And my mailbox, my email box fills up every day. Not uncommon to get 300 emails in a day, and 20 of them are packages from people that I know and work with, whatever. And a lot of the packages give me a lot of the detail and information I need to know about the property they're offering. But I have to wade through sometimes 40 pages of stuff in order to find out what's important about the property. Now, I know there are probably not too many of you here in the room who've ever received any of my backup packages, but a few of you have. And so when I do a backup package, the very first thing is what I call the executive summary. The executive summary should be about 1.5 pages, not more than 3. It should start out by telling you what I do. First thing in my backup packages says the reason someone wants to own this property is because it provides these benefits. And I tell them what the benefits are. It's net cash flow, it's going to be rehabbed and double the value, yada, whatever the benefits are. And I've done enough homework that I pretty much know that's what the benefits are. So that's the very first thing I tell them in my executive summary. And then I start out with the most important facts about that particular property that a taker would want to know in order to get their attention so that they might invest more time, energy, and effort into reading my backup package and then maybe coming to see the property or going through the due diligence process. So it depends after that, it depends on the type of property. The information order depends on the property. If it's a let's say we've got a 150,000 square foot industrial distribution type property. What will somebody absolutely have to know about to get interested? What are the most important facts about that property that you need to know if you're a buyer for a 150,000 square foot distribution center? Huh? Logistics?
How can you get in and out?
Yeah, what's the ingress, egress, how close are you to the interstate, you know, can the truck actually get out of there turning left at rush hour, right? How about how many overhead doors you got? How many truck doors do you have? How many ground level doors do you have? Are they automated doors?
About a rail spur.
How about a rail spur? Does it have rail siding? How about, you suppose the eave height is important today? I mean, I gotta tell you, the new buildings today, if they're not 30 feet, you probably can't rent them. You know, I have 2,000 amp service into the property. What's one of the other things if it's a distribution center? How big is the parking gateway? Can I turn a truck around out there? Can I turn the truck around and park some trucks out there? Is that important information? Can you get all of that in about a page and a half? Yeah, just bullet points. And down at the bottom it says, full detailed information, aerial photos, and site plans included in the package in Exhibit A. So the package ends up, and it might be, well, if you stick demographics in there, it might be 200 pages. Okay? But they only have to read the first 2 or 3 pages in order to decide they have enough interest in that property in order to go further. What if it's apartments? What do you need to know about apartments?
Rent roll cash flow.
Do what?
Rent roll cash flow.
Rent roll cash flow. How about the mix of units? I have a great apartment complex, all 1 bedrooms. Did you see her shake her head? No, I don't want all 1 bedrooms. Are there takers out there who want 1 bedroom apartments?
Is it on the beach?
Yes.
Psychologists.
Huh?
Is it on the beach?
Is it on the beach?
Next to a college.
Is it on the lakefront? Yeah, absolutely. Is it sitting right next to one of the best elk hunting preserves in the country, in Joseph, Oregon? Yeah, they'll take 1 bedroom apartments, absolutely. So they want to know the apartment mix. They want to know the NOI, the cash flow. How about vacancy rates? Suppose that, you might want to know that. Yeah, vacancy rate. How many square feet in the apartments? Well, I have these 2 bedroom, 2 bath, 610 square foot apartments.
Those are
Right?
close.
That makes sense? I managed a property like that and ultimately sold it to my client. But guess where it was? 2 blocks from the courthouse in downtown Orlando. Walking distance to the courthouse. And it basically was occupied by people who were the technicians that wanted to walk to work in the courthouse. And yeah, there were 2 bedroom units. There was actually 2 closets and a bathroom and a little kitchenette. But it worked out great. And we stayed full all the time. See, it's all relative, isn't it? But what you're going to do in that executive summary is you're going to give them the most important facts that is going to get you through their first filter. Isn't that right? Now what you're trying to, don't you just first filter everything and then you say, hey, I'm not interested in that. Okay? Maps. Maps are important. Don't give me a black and white map of what used to be color and try to tell me where the property is because I can't see it. Don't send me a map without an arrow on it to show me where it is. Okay? One of the other things is, I'm from Florida. Do you know I can get lost in Las Vegas? So I might need a regional area map. How many of you know what part of the state Sop Choppy, Florida is in? Well, you think it might be a good idea for me to give you not only the local map, but a state map and maybe a southeast map in case you're from West Helen, gone Idaho, and you don't care where things are in Florida. But this property got your attention. Maps are important. They need to be very well marked. And they need to be clear. I like to give enough maps that somebody can go and find my property without me having to be there and show it to them. Because I'm willing to have them go unaccompanied to go look at because I'm gonna tell them all the good stuff and all the bad stuff right up front. I don't wanna lose a deal because I didn't tell you there was this problem on the property. Because what? You know, if I tell you what the problem is, the taker is probably the person who can solve that problem, or take a benefit, or make a profit out of that problem on my property. So I want them to know what my problems are. Photos and aerials, same thing, very important. Photos and aerials allow the taker to go and recognize, once they follow the maps, which property they're supposed to be looking at. But mark them, there need to be arrows, there need to be labels on the streets. There need to be, you need to show them how much street frontage there is. Plats, surveys, and sketches, same way. They need to be well labeled, because if I'm gonna look at your development site, I wanna know how many front feet, what the ingress egress is, how far are you from the fire plugs maybe, or the traffic light, or how deep is it in real feet, and where is the utility easement? What if the utility easement makes a big S-curve through the middle of your development site? Boy, you think that might bugger up your closing? No, I guarantee you will. So tell them up front, put it in a sketch, mark those, label the streets, so someone can go out there and look at that plat and know what they're looking at. Very critical. Appraisals. I'm not a fan of appraisals. Appraisals, in my opinion, are very much like a broken clock. They are right twice a day. They are right once on the way up in the market, and they're right once on the way down in the market, because all appraisals drive their car looking in the rearview mirror only. And the reason is it's not their fault. Appraisers are told how they must apply certain appraisal principles in order to issue an opinion. Now, appraisals are very valuable because at a point in time, you have someone who has issued an opinion, and my favorite thing about appraisals is they're all full of information. And so if you had an appraisal even 10 years ago on your property, I want to see that. Because I want to go through the backup information and see how that appraiser arrived at the price. Because when you go into the marketplace, I will share with you some research that a fellow named Earl Wilson, not related, did about 20 years ago now. And he did it in about 6 or 8 states. And he went back and interviewed brokers and closing agents and title companies, and we had the help of First American Title at that time. And what he found out was that most properties have a negotiating spread on their offering price. When you take a property to the market, and it doesn't matter whether it's industrial, office, apartments, whatever, fill in the blank. If you're more than the negotiating spread for that type of property at that particular time in the market, nobody will make you an offer. They might all come look, but they don't make you an offer. And it may differ. You know, on apartments, the negotiating spread sometimes these days, if you're looking at the RCA data, the negotiating spread's probably only 3 or 4 or 5%. And if you're outside of that, you don't get any offers. But if you stay in that negotiating limit, you put it on the market. If you've done the thing, if it's a property that's priced correctly for its condition and it is effectively exposed, you generally are going to get action somewhere between 30 and 120 days if you take it into the market. On the other hand, if you're outside of the negotiating distance, and for example, on some types of, these days in certain areas, residential development sites that are not entitled, don't have the plat. Might have the zoning, but they don't have the plat, they don't have the utilities there, all of that stuff. The negotiating spread could be as much as 25%. And that's where somebody will go look at it and say, you know, I know you want $1.6 million for it, but you know, I'd probably do this at $1.1 million. But if it's $1.6 million, it's about $1.1 million, and they want $2.5 million. Are you gonna waste any time? No. So that's one of the things that's very valuable, especially about old appraisals. When you go to the market, somebody's gonna ask you, or somebody should ask you, even though they don't, how did you arrive at the price? And in these marketing sessions, the moderator, I guarantee, is gonna say, how did you arrive at this price? Well, we had an appraisal, here, we have all the comps, or this is a white elephant in the middle of tiger country, and there are no comps. So, this is the scientific wild ass guess price, please make us an offer. Does that make sense? Have any of you ever seen an unpriced listing? For years, those were very, very common. You get in, you look in the marketing book and it would say unpriced. What they're saying is, you tell me what it's worth to you. Bring me an offer. You know, you'll hear presenters say, I am here as a taker, we are trying, we need takers for our property. I want all offers, don't worry about what we want. I need all offers. Anybody who is a real taker, I want you to give me your number and I want a mini offer, and you and I need to go out in the hallway and visit about this, see if we can put a transaction together. Yes?
How about pricing solely on a cap rate?
Say again?
Pricing solely on a cap rate.
Pricing, so the question is, what about pricing solely on a cap rate? If that's how you arrived at the price, that's what you said. We have priced this, we believe that the market rate cap rates in that particular area are running about 7.5% for that kind of property, and we have valued our property at 7.5% cap rate on our, now, let me see here. Is that an actual NOI from your tax return, or is that a forecast?
That it would be actual.
Did you see what I just did? Because I can make my A-plot forecast say anything you want me to have it say. But what I'm gonna ask you for is probably 3 years of tax returns. Now, I'll sign an NCMD, and I'll get down to a hard contract that's a contingency in, but I wanna see what it's really making. And I wanna see how many of your other expenses you are padding into the expenses. And one of the reasons I wanna see the tax return is because most people do not overestimate their rents and underestimate their expenses. That's not how it usually works. That make sense?
Yeah, and actually that's why I asked, because pricing solely on cap rate, you can get into some fuzzy math.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Fuzzy math means they're lying to you with their forecast. I work with a lady out of Buffalo, New York, who's probably one of the best mortgage underwriters and best mortgage people I've ever worked with. She's just done some magical things to achieve loans and deals where we had multi-way transactions and crazy types of financing and stuff. And she is absolutely, I just hate to go into a deal where I need her to get me some financing because she will not take that crap. I want to see the documents, send me the tax returns. You know, don't tell me what the market rents are and base your cap rate on that. What are the real rent? What's your real rent roll? And if you don't want to do that, God bless you, go somewhere else and find your loan. But I have to tell you, probably 98% of the time, she will either say, you can't get that loan and we don't waste any more time, or she closes on the finance. I mean, that's pretty valuable. However, it comes down to being in the real world. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That answer your question in 12 paragraphs or less? Rent rolls, cash flow, you probably don't want to do other than advertise a cap rate. You don't want in your backup package, you probably don't want income and expenses other than, you know, you can give a gross set of numbers, gross income, gross expenses, NOI, you know, and it says down there based on tax returns, you know, current actual, or this is a forecast, whatever. Sometimes if an income property is being marketed because it needs to be rehabbed and upgraded, and rents need to be increased, then in that particular case, you might want to give the actuals and then you want to give the forecast and back up to forecast with your diligence in the marketplace. But actual tax returns and stuff usually come with NCNDs or contract contingencies and that sort of thing. That's not something you want to publish a lot of. Title reports, why do you want title report? Why is that important? Because you want to know there's clear title. I know an awful lot of people that won't go to contract unless you provide them a preliminary title report. And the reason is they want to know who all's in title. They want to know that the title is basically clear. And you need to know what the condition of the title is. You don't want to lose your deal because at the last minute, you got the title report in to go to closing and it says, oh, by the way, there are 3 gasoline tanks from an old service station that are buried right in the middle of your property and you got to get rid of them and get an EPA closing. Well, that'll screw up your whole day, won't it? So you need to know all of that stuff. If there's a problem, find it out right up front, go solve the problem. One of the other things you want to find out who really is all entitled. One of my very first experiences with this, sitting in the lawyer's title company, we're selling a duplex and the family lives on one side and rents the other side. They're selling duplex because they got a job in another city. And we had a buyer, it's all ready. I've already spent the commission. And we get in there and the closing lady says, well, where's Mrs. So-and-so? And they said, oh, well, that's my mother. She's in Saltville, West Virginia. She provided, the cash for the down payment. And they said, well, okay, well, we just give her a call, get her on the phone. We'll send paperwork up. She can sign it and we'll disperse it in a few days. Got her on the phone. She said, sale? We're not selling. We're not selling. And she didn't. And we didn't. And my wife nearly killed me because I'd already put the down payment on a car. You need to know who's entitled and who's making decisions. So, and you also, title company will usually give you a correct legal utilities. You need to know all of that stuff. Is it available? How about traffic carrying capacity for the street in front of the property? Is that important? In some locations, that is ultimately important. I had 4 doctors that own the property on the north side of Orlando, and it was just absolutely the world's most delightful, perfect self-storage site you ever saw in your life, except for the fact that the road in front of it was at 200% capacity then. I told them not to close on it, and they did anyway. And that was about 20 years ago. You know what that property is today? That's a soccer field. Because it wasn't ever going to be developed because they weren't going to put any more traffic on that road. So you need to find out what's critical to that particular property. You need to do that homework. Utilities, by the way, is internet access and Wi-Fi important to utilities today? You better know that. Demographics. A lot of properties, especially if you're doing a user site, auto parts, restaurant, fill in the blank, they're going to want demographics. And demographics come by the pound. And there are 4 or 5 sources. If you're a CCIM, you have a really easy source. I just call them my CCIM buddies and pay them to give me my report. Here's the problem. Most people will not wade through 59 pages of demographic data. Okay? What you do is you go through the data. You highlight the important stuff, and then you tell them the conclusions that they're supposed to reach. The following demographics show X, Y, Z, and Z. And we've highlighted the most important points that support these conclusions and put that in your backup package. Now, there's a checklist in your thing, and that checklist has been around a long time. It has been upgraded, and Chet Allen made a great contribution to it. And the checklist is designed around, and if it's not in your handout material, it will be in the email to you someday. Anyway, that checklist has a separate development section. And in there, we put in there who to contact, what their address is, what their phone number is, that sort of thing. Do you know it will save huge amounts of time if I'm making a development site offer to Blake, and he's in Colorado, and I'm in Florida, and the property's in Florida, maybe the property's in North Carolina, okay? But if I give him the phone number and address, and maybe the website that he can go to and verify the information I'm telling him in my background. Does that save you any time? What do you think the odds are of me getting Blake and his client further towards our closing? Much higher. Does all that make sense? Now, one of the reasons that people don't do this is because of the 4-letter word. It's called work. But if you do the work, in my opinion and my experience, you will greatly multiply the opportunities and the probabilities of going to closing. And I don't know about you, but I am in this business to go to closing and make money. It's fun to do all these deals, but, you know, it was fun when I was in the restaurant business too. So the object of the game is to be more efficient, more effective, and a little bit of work up front in order to establish the identity for some of this information will pay off in tremendous rewards and benefits later in getting closing quicker, not having deals fall apart at the last minute because you didn't cover some area, attracting a taker because you have a problem and that taker can make a profit from that problem. Those are all of the things that go into a complete backup plan. You're not going to probably do all of this before you start, but you need to have enough of it done when you go to the marketplace that you can at least get through her filter and get her and get Annette to come over and at least look at your property. So you have to have at least enough information to start with to keep from getting caught in their initial filter. Right, Annette? Right. Remember we talked about will ads. Will ads, what happens if you go to market and the market doesn't respond with what you need? You can't get your taker. Then what are you gonna do? You gotta give them a reason to come and pay attention to your offering, right? So one of the ways that you do that is with will ads. People will add mortgages, they will add skills, all kinds of will ads. And what are some of those? Services, accept created mortgages, accept unsecured notes, accept contingencies for completion of entitlements, assist the taker in you know, I'm pretty sure I can get this rezoned. Well, why do you say that? Because my brother-in-law is the zoning commissioner. I've heard that, that's a quote. You know? And sometimes that's the only thing. You know, in some places, if you want to get it rezoned and the plat approved, you better have the correct attorney or engineer take it into the county. You know, it's that simple. So you need to know that. That's important. That might be a very valuable asset to a developer type. Provide fill dirt. You know, is that a good will add? Yeah, absolutely. Earth moving, mitigate wetlands. Now I understand in a lot of the areas out here, you don't have that problem. But in Florida, let me tell you, mitigating wetlands is a big deal. Pay all the closing costs, lease option, discounted sale with an option buyback, accept a charitable tax deduction. Anybody ever sold a property for a charitable tax deduction? Or how about half cash and half charitable tax deduction? A lot of ways that you can skin a cat with that. Participate in another project, etc., etc. Transaction formulas. I gotta tell you folks, we can only hit the tip of the iceberg here with transaction formulas. And the reason is because there's hundreds of them, and hundreds of them. Chuck Sutherland is the meeting manager here, a longtime dear friend of mine. Chuck has been a collector of formulas for decades. And he has this great big binder. I mean, it's like that deep. And sometimes if he gets stuck on a deal, he'll go out in his patio with a glass of iced tea, and he just goes through the formulas. He also teaches a very excellent formulas class, which is very different if you can ever get into the formulas class for Ken Vidar. And I've had both of their classes probably 5 or 6 times each. Ken Vidar's class is radically different from Chuck's class. Chuck's class is a much more lower level, and I love to go to it because the simpler it is, the easier it is to get it done usually. And I always remember formulas that I haven't talked about or thought about for a while. And then James Walker has taken over teaching the class that Bob Janicki wrote in New York. And James occasionally teaches the class. These classes are very, very valuable because they add tools to your toolbox. One of the limitations with the overwhelming majority of people who have a license is they only have one tool. They just have a hammer. So they try to turn everything into a nail. That's why most people with a license only talk about list and sale transactions, where in fact you can make life easier, more effective, more efficient, and actually close more transactions if you just stop long enough to figure out whether a sale transaction really is the best deal for that particular client. Because otherwise, you might have a problem or you may not get to closing. That makes sense? So that's what formulas are. How did they develop? Formulas kind of developed over the years, primarily coming out of the foundations of the Society of Exchange Counselors back in the days in California with Dick Reno and Bill Broadbent, and all those guys that came through that, George Hoover and Les Matheny and Warren Harding and all of those guys. What would happen is they'd go to a marketing session and they'd be trying to put a deal together, and somebody would come up with a creative idea that would allow that transaction to go together, and then they realized that's a pattern, and it's a pattern that could be applied to a lot of things. Now, some of them have become pretty esoteric. I mean, they're really often the converted church to office building formula. You know, hello. But formulas are very, very helpful because they are a pattern that takes you out of the box of list and sell and takes you into the realm of how do I get from where my client is to where they want to go. And formulas are they're usually very pragmatic. You'll run into attorneys and CPAs who say that's not legal when it is. That's okay. But these are structures that have been used over and over for years and years and decades and proven. And so they are very valuable tools as you go into putting transactions together. Transaction formulas, back to the physical aspects. You know, one of the formulas where we can't bridge the gap in this deal, and you have an office building that I really want, but I can't quite stretch and I don't have the assets to get in your building. How about let's buy or exchange your building, let you keep the land, and I'll lease the land back to you, or I'll lease the land from you, and we'll do the transaction that way. Why not? Can we do that? Sure, you can do that. Remember I told you about the people who exchanged the building, sold the building, kept the billboards on the roof? You can vertically break up, horizontally break up. So when you look at the physical aspects of the property, they're all kind of formulas. What if you got a development site? Where are my developers? I got a development site for you, okay? And you're gonna have, this is a fantabulous PUD, office and retail and some industrial, okay? The problem is, it's about twice outside of your current cash upfront transaction. How about this? I'll tell you what we'll do. We'll put this into 4 pieces, and you buy the first piece, and if you go through with the development and you do that then in a certain period of time, then for the same amount of money you can have the second piece. It's called a rolling option. There are all kinds of formulas out there that will allow you to do transactions that do not look like they can be done by simply breaking up the physical aspects of the property. Same thing with the property vendor. Remember we talked about earlier the people with the apartments exchanging for a piece of land in front of Home Depot? And they shared the wealth on the income from the apartments until they could find a buyer for the out parcel. Remember that one? That's all it is. And what we've done is we've taken a formula to break up a benefit aspect and shared the pieces of the benefit so that everybody walked away from the closing table with a better position than they went to the closing table, which is the whole object of this. Client will ask. You know, sometimes the transaction formula is based on the fact that, here's one of our problems. We've got a mortgage coming due on this. My guy really wants to exchange in, but the mortgage is coming due on this thing, and we're having a tough time getting it refinanced because it's got a 77% loan, and the best loan we can find today on that property in that location is 60%. Well, my guy says, gee, I can come in with enough cash to reduce that mortgage amount, and I can qualify. I'm going to give you my property and some cash. in order to get that property. Now, that particular situation, we hadn't intended on adding cash. We were looking for a property that we could simply use his equity on. But the one we came up with was really good property, absolutely fit his buyer benefits or his taker benefits for that particular cycle in his investment. And so he said, yeah, we'll just add the cash. Why were we able to do that? Because I knew he could and would. That's why he asked the questions, you know. What if we had to add $50,000 in cash to a deal in order to get the closing one? It's a really good deal for you. Well, yeah, I could do that. How about 100? And the moderators will do that to you out there. You know, any reason why they couldn't add $500,000? Well, yeah, they could probably. How about 750,000? Yeah, because we're looking for the pieces that allow us to build a transaction to get to closing. We already talked about how formula is developed. Basically, through users using them. Let's take one and tear it apart. And I really wish we had time in here for you all to do this as a workshop and work the numbers, but we don't. You know, maybe someday we'll take this segment of the class and turn it into a different class and just do this. But sell the seller financing at closing. Can you do that? Sure. Who in here, George, who in here does financing? Buys mortgages and stuff? Yeah, everybody. What's your name? Nico. Everybody in here, both of you raise your hand. Everybody in here needs to know these people, make sure you have their business cards and get to know them. Because you are the glue that puts transaction together, aren't you, George?
Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you. Anyway, in this particular situation, we have a shopping center owner and a small retail owner, and they have a cash-only need. It has to be cash. And they got $1.5 million center. We've got a buyer. Buyer's got the cash down payment. We need a 75% loan. Unfortunately, we've got all the diligence. We're down to the closing process. Happy National Bank will only give them 60%. This is not going to work. We're short $225,000. And by the way, lowering the price won't make any difference, will it? Because it's LTV. Lower the price, got less mortgage after all, right? So that doesn't solve the problem. So the seller really has to have at closing $1.3 million in green dollars, because that's what it's going to take actually to pay down the mortgage on their prime property, so that they can roll over the loan and they won't lose that property. Very important. Commission and closing costs, that's how we get paid. So, if our sellers take back some seller financing, $225,000 and 7.5% interest rate, 10-year term, amortized, $2,679 a month, and the investor, I don't know whether you can sell a note like that today for 12%, but I arbitrarily said 12%. It might be 16. In some areas, it might be 8. It depends on the property, okay? So that's the payment. And so if you know what the payment is and what the return is that the investor who's buying the paper wants, you can figure out how much you can sell that paper for. That makes sense? So we can sell it at closing for $186,000. So here's the deal: $1.5 million, commission and closing costs, net equity, transaction proceeds, buyer's down payment, Happy National Bank loan, second mortgage sale, net transaction proceeds. Did we get $1.3 million? Yeah, did better than that. We could actually sell the paper at a bigger discount and still get the clients what they needed. What's important here? $1.3 million, isn't it? Isn't that what's important here? Sure. So that's sell the seller paper at closing. Now, what could we do in order to make that seller paper? You know, somebody comes in, not George, of course, and they say, I want 20% cap rate. I want 20% return, because this is a pretty high-risk deal. How about this? What if I give you my free and clear rental house over here, or 2 free and clear lots at Bear Lake as additional collateral. Oh, well, then I might consider 14 or 15%. I'll tell you what, not only that, I will personally guarantee the paper. So if it goes into default, you call me, I keep making the payments, I solve the problem. Well, now, that appeals to you, doesn't it, George? You don't want to go solve the problem. Okay, everybody understand? What if the $225,000 paper does not encumber this property? What if that's a first mortgage on a $300,000 property? That better? Is that better, George? Is that better? Absolutely. So you can do things that will make the paper worth more by adding some minis to it. And those are, again, those are will adds. Yeah, you know, the reason we know that people can get 2 lots was because we knew they had it. How did we find out? Would everybody do something for me? Would you all raise your hand, either hand? Would you raise your hand? And wait just once. That's how you find out. You ask. Why did you do such a silly thing? Because I asked you to. I just innocently stood up here and said, would you do that? And that's how you innocently look at your client and say, well, you know, I'm curious, if we had to give a sweetener in order to get this transaction done, because you really have to have that money quick, do you own anything that you'd get rid of that, you know, you could add to this? You know, one guy said, I have a classic restored, not rehab, I'm talking about restored, right down to the metallurgy in the bolts and nuts, Indian motorcycle. $36,000 price of one. He said, well, I got the motorcycle. I don't really ride it much anymore. And, you know, I could pledge that. Well, let me tell you, that was the key that made the deal that allowed them to get their transaction closed and fill their objectives, so that their 2 daughters, they have 2 daughters, could go to college that year. Okay? All right. So that's one of the formulas that you can use. There are 2 other formulas, and these are kind of things you might have used both of these many, many times over the years. And we're not going to work through them because I can't take enough time today. But sell or exchange and lease back. In fact, we were talking about this at lunch. Now, you have a property that does not have a particular income property. Remember the piece of dirt that the apartment owner said, yeah, I would take the piece of dirt, but I want some cash flow on the way. So the dirt owner can lease back the dirt for some monthly payment. Now, got to have to be financially capable of doing that, and if they're not, don't do the deal. But yeah, you lease it back. And how about this? You are magically all residential developers and builders, and you all own 100 remaining finished lots, sewer, water, sidewalks, fire plugs, in a subdivision, and the market just went south. What the hell are you gonna do with those lots? Because you can't go build houses, they're not gonna sell. Or you can't make a profit if you do build them. What are you gonna do with those lots? Well, what if I found somebody who had a little income producing property that I might like to have? Or some other thing that would fill the bill for me, and I gave you some of my lots, and you said, well, you know, it could be 2 or 3 years before the builders come by and buy those lots. Well, why don't I lease those back? If you could get, you know, if you could get 4% on your money, now we know at the bank, Happy National Bank is paying 0.6, and that's on a 5-year CD, okay? If I could get you 4% on the value of my lots, any reason why you wouldn't do that? And then when the market comes back, you sell the lots, you just get money. And I've seen a lot of those transactions go together. Any reason why that wouldn't work? Even if you have a property, you're an office park developer, and you've had a very successful office park in Waco, Texas, and you got 2 more sites left in there. And you really don't want to get rid of them, because when the market kind of comes around in another 2 or 3 years, you really want to build out those 2 sites as well. So you go in there and you say, I want to exchange my 2 parcels for your apartments. And that way you don't have to worry about the management, fewer toilets per square foot. And oh, by the way, I will lease them back and give you some acceptable rate of return. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, kind of the Columbo, one more thing. I'd like a 5-year option to buy those 2 parcels back. And I'll buy them back at your price plus X. Could we do that? That work? At least with an option? Because now I get to have my cake and eat it both. Right? All right, let's convert that over to the discounted sale buyback. I really, 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 really do not want to let go of my 2 parcels because I know that the market will come back somewhere between 1 day and 3 years. There will be a demand for my space. I am going to build out those properties because they will be every bit as profitable as the ones I already built out and own, or maybe more. So I don't want to lose control of that. So Demetrius offers them out. For ease of discussion, they're worth $1 million. They're free and clear, they're worth $1 million. And so he wants $1 million, what's the odds of me as the investor being willing to come over there and give him $1 million for a $1 million property when he might or might not exercise his option and buy it back? A lot of risk there. So Demetrius, being the creative person he is, he said, well, the truth is, I really don't want to let go of these, but I'd like to put some of the equity to work, and I like your apartments. I'll tell you what I'll do, or I need some cash, and I'll tell you what, George, I will sell you these 2 properties for $500,000, and they're worth $1 million. I'm assuming comps and appraisals and all that makes it a real $1 million, not BS. And I'll go ahead and close. I need the $500,000. However, you have to give me an option to buy it back at that $500,000 price, increased at some negotiated rate over some period of time. Now, by the way, when one of the versions of this is when you need some hard money financing on a project, that the project looks a little hinky maybe, and you might have a little tougher time getting a hard money lender to make the loan on a mortgage or deed of trust. Sell it to them and take an option back. Because that way they don't have to worry about the foreclosure problem. Which in some places like California, you gotta be a little insane to do their dual foreclosure problem, right, George?
Right.
Like Iowa and Illinois are even more fun. And how about Louisiana? Any of you ever done business in Louisiana? And for those of you who had been there, it's Louisiana. I mean, they have Napoleonic law. And it makes no sense at all. I won't even go there. I just call Poche Waggis back and say, hey, we're trying to do this deal. Will you please fix it? And it helps to have a name like Poche Waggis back in Memphis. Anyway, does everybody understand how you turn this into a benefit? Why wouldn't somebody make that? That's a candle transaction. You light a candle, put it in the window every night, say 3 Hail Marys, and hope like hell they don't exercise their option. Because why? You just bought $1 million property for $500,000. Yeah, George?
Another benefit to the lender is I just converted my interest income to capital gain.
Absolutely, if you make it long enough. However, you have to be, this is a Jim Wilsonism. I would talk to my attorney and ask them about how I insulate the paper trail to make sure that this looks like a long-term. Everybody understand how IRS works? IRS comes up to this cage, and there's an animal in the cage. It's got orange bill and white feathers and a tail and orange flat feet, and it goes quack, 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 quack. And the sign on the cage says BEAR. But I will tell you, when the IRS inspector looks in there, it's a duck. So if you want it to be a bear, you need to at least make it look like a bear. But yeah, that is a great advantage. I'm glad you brought that up. Do it right, do it with the right professional advice, set it up correctly, exercise it correctly. Any questions? Okay, we're going to dash forward because we've got some. Where can you learn? We already talked about where you can learn formulas. There are a few books out. Virgil Opera has got one you can buy through the Society of Exchange Counselors. Chuck Sutherland's written 2 or 3 books on creative financing. Ken Vidar has his class is available online now. But there are not many places. If you can ever find a vintage copy of Bill Tappan's book called Exchanging, he's got about 20 pages in the back of that book. And you have to get that used, but there's great basic formulas in there. And so there are a lot of places, and being participant in NCE is if you need some help with formulas, you can get it at NCE. And if you're at home and you say, I'm working on something, call some of us and say, hey, I'm trying to work on it. Who would be so good to give me some help with this? And that's what we do for each other, is we are all more effective and stronger and more creative together than we are separate. No question about it, all right? Building multiple property transactions that get to closing. Multiple property transactions. This is the first important thing you need to learn about multiple property transactions. They are almost always, I've rarely seen it where it was not built one leg at a time. Believe me, folks, one of the reasons that most people do not even ever attempt these is they think you need to have your 3 or 4 legs all in place all at once, and they go away from the marketing session and say, you guys talk a good line about doing multiple transactions, but I didn't see any come out of there. No, it doesn't work that way. The way it works is you start either with a taker or a haver connection, and you start to build that transaction from whatever you're missing in that connection. Okay? But it's almost always built one leg at a time. And somebody has to start it. And somebody has to coordinate it. We're going to talk about that a lot. And this is a transaction that we're going to look at and play with today. Yes?
So are you going to talk about commissions along the way?
Yep, we're definitely going to talk about commissions before we get off of this. We're also going to talk about how you handle the closing, which is very important as well. We got a 2-family. People bought it about 15 years ago. It was in not the best neighborhood in the world, which is gentrified. Now it's a great neighborhood. They bought it cheap. They fixed it up with their own labor. Rents are up. Depreciation's down. It's virtually free and clear. In fact, for this example, we made it free and clear. And so they've done really well with this property. But what? What do we know? They've owned it 15 years. They bought it cheap. Rents are up. Values way up. What do we know?
Taxes are way up.
Low basis, right? Big tax bill if you sell it for cash. Well, they like their property, but what they really like to do is do it again. And what they really need is a 1031 qualified exchange. Now, actually, we could start anywhere on this circle. We could start with the buyer offering to make the purchase of the 2-family. However, how many of you do exchanges and are familiar with little things like 45-day identification periods and 180-day after close periods and all of these rules? If you go to closing and money goes over to the qualified intermediary, you got 45 days to physically in writing identify the property, the replacement property, right? Well, if you identify more than 3, guess what? Some more rules fall in. If you identify more than 3, you must close on 95% of all the properties identified. Oh, and I forgot to tell you, if you identify more than 3, they cannot totally have a value greater than 200% of the relinquished property, and on and on and on and on. And I've had the veins standing out of my neck because we got to the 44th day and we didn't have the replacement property. Don't want to do that very often. So if you really, really, really need the 1031, I suspect the first thing you do is go find the replacement property. And then you have to work through, what do they want? So this is the transaction that we're gonna play with here this afternoon for a while. Finding the haver or the taker. So we've interviewed the owner of the two-family. We know why it is that they want, what it is they want. What they really want is they want a bigger duplex with the same problems that they can go fix. So they got really specific, we want something between probably 8-10 units minimum, up to about 20, because we probably can't handle more than 20, got 25,000 or 20, got 20 grand in the cash in the bank that we can bring into the deal if we need to. Got a big equity, we're free and clear. And we know how to do this. We've been doing this well. We manage our own properties, we do our own maintenance, we do our own rehab. We've upgraded this. We think we can do that with another property and do the same thing. They bought the two-family for $62,000. Did they do okay? I think they did okay.
How long ago?
15 years.
That's right.
15 years. Okay. So now, what do we do? How do we go find the property? How do you go find the property? You find out what's on the market, right? That's one way. How about a proactive marketing stance? I want to know where you want this. They particularly needed it within a certain driving radius of where they lived, right? And so we went out and identified every property in the geographic area that fit their needs. And we didn't care whether it was on the market or not. In fact, over the years, I have preferred that it not be on the market because I got an idiot broker who will get in the way and keep me from making my transaction. Okay? And I don't mean that meanly. It's just that the overwhelming majority of people in our business who've never been exposed to equity marketing do not ever think of anything other than sale. Well, if it's not an all-cash sale project, they go contract. My people won't do that. Can't tell you how many thousands of times over the years I've heard that. Well, how about letting me ask you a different question? Okay? So we go out there in the market and we find, sometimes we just drive up and down streets. Sometimes you can go online with the county records and you can say, give me everything that's zoned like this and within this assessment value price range, and I'll give you a list, and then you drive out there and look at them. If they're out of town, I use Google Earth. And that reasonably works well if you don't want to fly up to Pittsburgh and drive around in the winter, Because I'm a Florida boy, I have orange peels in my pocket. Break out hives when it snows. All right, so we go find the property. We find the 20 unit, and it's got all the right things wrong with it. It's kind of run down. It hasn't been renovated for about 10 years. It's not hard to do the comp rents in a particular sub-market. So we know the rents are below the market area. The reason is because management neglected, they hadn't rehabbed the property. And the way we found it, we drove by and there were weeds and the grass was about 10 inches tall. We knew the problem with this property was not on the market. Didn't have a sign. Now, they did ultimately bring in some broker friend of theirs, but they turned out to be workers. So here's the big key. You initiate the offer. Make them an offer. In writing, signed, with terms and conditions on. Make them a real, honest to good offer. Now, what do you have to do before you do that? You have to do your homework. The client's going to have to do their homework and get comfortable with the kind of valuation that they're offering. And they're probably going to offer a little below what they probably would do subject to diligence or real hard knuckle diligence. One of the things that we did with some properties is we'll go see the broker, we'll go see the owner and tell them that I'm working with somebody who I think will make you a written offer on your property. Is it possible for me to get some information about your property and how big it is and how many units you've got? Now, today, with the internet, a whole bunch of information is readily available on a lot of properties. It just depends on where. So you do enough homework to figure out whether or not that property fits your criteria. And you have all the usual contingencies, you know, financing, income and expenses, you know, all of that stuff. The second thing is about half of the people who say, well, yeah, I might consider an offer. And about half of those ultimately do not work out. And the other half, so in my experience over probably 35 years of doing this, and I kind of fell into this backwards because somebody needed it, and we went out and did it, but probably end up with a deal about 25% of the time when we go approach somebody. There's nothing else. Some of them want to see the offer because it's a free appraisal. We're going to tell them what the market thinks it's really worth. And that's especially true of some of the bigger property. You know, you're going out after a big apartment complex or a nice office building. Some of those owners, they'd like to have your offer, if nothing else. They just want to see what you think it's worth. And a couple of them even told me that.
Can't tell you how many times I've done that in California.
Do what?
Can't tell you how many times I've done that in California.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Free appraisal.
Oh, yeah, free appraisal. Free appraisal. But
Not a
you know
local
what?
offer?
Huh?
Not a local offer?
However, when you've done that, there's a byproduct, especially if I get to go sit down with them. I now know them and they know me, and I have some contact information, and I'm always nice. If they say, no, we really don't understand. Well, listen, you know, I really appreciate you taking the time to talk to me and meet me today. And if you ever change your mind, here's one of my cards. Please don't hesitate to call me if I can ever be of service. But I can't tell you how much I really appreciate you taking the time to sit down with me this afternoon or to look at our offer. Guess what I do tomorrow? What am I going to do tomorrow? I'm going to write them a thank you note, mail it to them. And what am I going to do in about 3 or 4 or 6 months?
Call them.
I'm going to either call them or I'm going to sit with another party. Have anything changed in your situation that you might want to look at our offer again? Or an offer again? Understand how that works? So, they get in there, what do you think the odds are of this 20-unit apartment owner taking the 2-family and closing it? Because you got the same problem, you got too many toilets per square foot, you got the same problem for the 20-unit owner and the 2-family owner that they're trying to get rid of. So they're going to say no. By the way, do not call them up and say, would you like to exchange for a duplex? Because I will tell you, quote unquote, no. Do not call them up and ask. Take them a written offer, a written, signed by your client offer. And if they're really hinky, have it delivered by your attorney's office. I've done that a few times. Sometimes if they're out of town, I send it by UPS. Back 100 years ago, before UPS and all of those guys were pervasive, I would hire a courier. You know, we'd ship it off to Washington, D.C., which had several courier services, and the little guy with the hat and stuff would deliver it to them. Does that give it credibility? We're serious. We're sending a courier with our offer in our hand, and it's a signed written offer. Okay? And so if they say no, there are 2 things. No means I don't want to ever, you know, I'm not even going to consider it. On the other hand, no also may be, you know, I really don't want what you've got. And that's where I go over here and I say, well, suppose we could just find a buyer for our property and your guys went away from closing and with the cash, would that be okay? And it's called an in lieu of contract. And we put an in lieu of clause, which we're going over in just a minute. And basically we say, you know, you don't have to close until we find what you will take or a cash buyer for this that's acceptable to you. And I ask for 90 days, usually. Now, I don't ask for more because I have figured out 90 days is about the maximum. People can't get comfortable tying themselves up for much more than 60 or 90 days. However, I will tell you that if you get a 60-day or 90-day contingency to find the other property or the buyer. If you get down to the end of the 60 or 90 days and they don't have a bigger, better deal, they will give you another 60 or 90 days. About 90% of the time, I get them to them. But I hardly ever ask for more than 90 days anymore because it's just too much.
Do you incorporate language in the contract that allows you the extension, or do you just go back and say, can we get an extension?
No, I generally go back and say can. And probably about 10% of the time, they won't do that. But one of the important clauses in this is called an in lieu of clause. And this clause has been through about 30 attorneys. This happens to be the language that my attorney has given me to put into contracts these days. And it basically said closing contingent upon second party obtaining contract acceptable to second party for a sale and or exchange of property being exchanged by yada, yada, yada. It says, you don't have to close until we find something you'll take or cash buy. I want 90 days to go find it. And that's the in lieu of clause. And it allows you to get that multi-property transaction started. Guess what? Some people say, well, wait a minute. If I sign this, and I'm taking my property off the market for 90 days. Well, I don't want to do that. I will tell you, if there's a listing broker involved, that's not going to happen. Okay? Not going to happen. So I said, well, okay, I'll tell you what. We really are taking for your property. We really would like to get into a contract position. But I'll tell you what we'll do, besides the in lieu of clause, we're going to put a termination clause in. If you find, or frankly, if we find a much more effective deal, whoever the receiving party is, gives the other party 100% above the table disclosure, no hidden addendums or any of that crap. You know, it goes to the other party, and they have 5 days or 3 days or whatever term you can negotiate to match that offer exactly. Or this transaction, this contract is null and void. Nobody has any more liabilities or responsibilities. So if you find a deal that you like before we can find a buyer or an exchange property for you, you just let us know. If we can't match or won't match the deal, this contract's null and void, and you're going down the road, close your deal. Why would I do that? Well, 2 reasons. One of them is I'm not going to get this leg built without that, most likely. And 2, the odds are probably against them having somebody stroll off the street or out of the marketing session or whatever, answering an ad that takes the deal out. Probably I've had a leg fall out like this maybe 10-15% of the time. Now, there's some ramifications to putting these clauses in that contract. Because I'll tell you, what we've just done is we've turned this contract with these contingencies into it to basically the essence of an option or a first right of refusal. What if the leg falls out? Go put another one in. Oh, you just replace the leg? Yeah. And sometimes the way we do it is I go back and get last year's marketing book. And I go find something similar. Then I call up Demetrius and say, hey, did you ever close on the fill in the blank property that you had in the market April last year? Well, yeah, I did. I said, do you know how to get in touch with the owners? Yeah. Would you go ahead and make them an offer? Sure. What's he got to lose, right? Got nothing to lose. And so we just go plug in a new one. So that's a termination clause. This is the same clause, but for just for the seller, the other guy, just for the 20-unit apartment complex. Establish the first leg. You find the haver, you initiate the contract, you initiate the offer, and you get it in writing. And so we now have we have a blank up here. And the blank is to fill the next leg. And I'm old, and I'm going to quit teaching sometime down the road here. And most of my mentors did not leave books and classes and stuff on, left very little behind. And the only people that have it are guys like me, Ken and Chuck, who have it between our ears. And I don't want to do that. I don't want to die, take it all with me. I want to give all of it away as much as I can. And so when you get that script, don't hesitate to use it. Share it with other people if it's okay. This is not secret. It's not mystical or magical. It's something that makes our society and it makes the real estate industry better to do it this way. And that's my Jim Wilson opinion for what it's worth. Sorry. Didn't mean to give my soapbox.
It's a good city.
We established the first leg and got the price, existing debt. I arbitrarily assigned 6% commission. That's the amount of it. I put 3% closing cost. Why am I putting closing costs in that high? Because they're probably going to get financing on the next property, aren't they? And financing has closing costs and points. So I put in 3%, so there's plenty of room there. You'll have cash at $20,000. I arbitrarily said we can get 75% LTV, maybe or maybe not today. All depends on where, what lender you're going to. So we have price, loans, commissions, estimated costs. So we have net equity. Because remember, net equity is after their costs. That's what they really are going to transfer to the other party. Because they're going to have to pay those costs, those $27,500 in costs, they're going to have to pay that somewhere, right? And in this particular case, they're bringing 20 grand in cash to the table so they can do that if need be. Here's the transaction balance. We're going to give them our free and clear two-family for their 20 units, 950 mortgages. Obviously, their equity is bigger than our equity, so we're going to have to give them something. However, our equity is actually smaller because of our costs. And so we need to give them the loan proceeds from the new loan. And that's not quite enough, is it, to balance the equities? So that's why knowing that they have 20 grand in cash and will add cash is so important, because I know they got the cash in the bank in order to make this equity balance. And so you come down here, new financing, gross loan proceeds, etc. All right, two-family offers their exchange. This is how it breaks out. So that's how we match up the equities, the net equities. Two-family gross equity of 250. We take out the closing costs, etc. There is my upgraded version of a preliminary transaction proposal. I use this very often. Notice up in the corner it says, "This is not a formal offer, but merely a suggested way to structure a transaction between us." And this is the broker memo between the brokers. And here's what makes this different than most. Because I have an addendum A on mine. Does that look like the terms and conditions in a contract? It was intended to. And people often mistake it that way. But it lays out the transaction. I also do one thing in most of my contracts, which was taught to me by Ken Sedlak, my attorney of many years ago. God rest his soul, is dead. He said, when you're going to do these creative transactions, tell them exactly, describe the transaction in the first condition. So, A is going to convey the two-family property at a value of, which shall be free and clear of existing debt. B for 20 units, property at a value of existing debt. A to obtain new first mortgage on the 20 units, yada, yada, yada. Didn't I just describe the transaction? So is there any question in your mind what I'm proposing to do? You know, one of the things is, if you just speak to people in plain language, you know, I was born in Indiana, but I grew up South Alabama from the time I was 5. And simpler is bestest. It really is. This is an exchange contract. This is kind of a strange exchange contract. This is actually an old Pony Express contract form. We used to buy these 20 on a pad of 20. And this contract has probably been through 15 attorneys who have to tweak it somewhere just to earn their fee, right? And so I've used this exchange contract, but it's a little weird because it doesn't have some of the places that you normally do. You have to fill in down here on the bottom, property A has property described as at a value of, because there's no place in the contract for value. But it lays out all the terms and conditions to do an exchange actually quite clearly, and there's the other half of the transaction. And you'll get a copy of this in the email that I will send to you if you ask me to do that, or give you a card. And this is a contract that I've used one form or another for probably 25 years now. Now, let me tell you what I almost always do. And some people will say, Jim, I haven't done this so long, why do you do this? I have an attorney on retainer. And even though I'm pretty damn sure I haven't screwed up I prepare the contract and I take it to the attorney and have them review it to make sure I didn't put something in I didn't want to, or left something out that I shouldn't have. And not only that, you know what that's called? It's called a pointer. Because when they say, Wilson, you screwed that up. Go see the attorney. Go see the CPA. You know, I didn't tell you I was doing 1031 exchange. CPA went over the numbers. They told you what the numbers were. Now, I might have directed them and given the CPA the facts that they needed in order to make their analysis, but I'm telling you, I'm not doing the exchange basis adjustment. The attorney, the CPA or the tax attorney is going to do that. It's not my job, man. And that's a pointer. Don't do things for which you're not licensed and able to do legally. Gee, does that look familiar? By golly, that looks exactly like the terms and conditions in that preliminary transaction proposal, doesn't it? Funniest thing about that, because this contract very often will come after the preliminary transaction proposal. And so it looks very, very simple because it's exactly the same, unless the attorneys have gone in and made some changes. All right, so now we have to go get the second leg. We have to go find the haver, right? Now, what we did was we went to the folks who had the 20 units and they said, no, we don't want to get two families. They said, no, we take cash, that'd be okay. If you can find a buyer, we just do that. But I tell you what, we like owning real estate. We just like to have fewer toilets per square foot. So maybe if we had a nice little multi-tenant strip center, because in commercial property, everybody goes home usually by 9 or 10 o'clock. And the leases are 3-4 years. And if you're really crafty, you can get the tenants to pay to clean the parking lot and pay part of the taxes and the insurance and all those good things. And so it's more better than apartments. So if you can find us a nice little commercial strip center with multiple tenants, because we wouldn't want to be 100% vacant if our tenant went away. So now we know what it is that they want. And we go back out into the market, finding the haver taker. Now, if you're lucky, you have now joined forces either with the listing broker or with that principal in order to go to the marketplace and look for their property. How do we find it? We go to marketing sessions, we read ads, we get online, we look at LoopNet, we do all of those things, and we might do some proactive marketing and go out and find a center that we think would work. Call the owner. Right? That all makes sense? You go find the missing piece. Well, in this case, let's suppose that we did that. We found the property they would take. Now what do we do? Now what do? Make them an offer in writing, right? Don't ask them if they want to make an exchange. Hey, honey, would you like to have a two-family for your strip center? Not likely. Hell, Wilson, I don't think you've lost your mind, boy. No, we make a written offer. Here's what we are proposing to do. However, don't we have to connect that first leg with the second one? By the way, do we have to have this one in place in order to get the contract in place on the first leg? No. That's why you do it that way. So you buy yourself enough time to go find the next piece. There's the property, price, debt, commissions, you know, closing costs. Why do we put 3%? Because they probably are gonna have to go and get a loan on the next property, aren't they? That make sense? Sure. Net equity, price, terms, financing proceeds. We're assuming we get a 75% loan. So now we've got so now this contract needs to be connected to the first contract. Closing shall be contingent upon B receiving title to the two-family residential property at or before closing under the terms and conditions of an exchange agreement between B and A, a copy of which is attached to the part here. So, the people with the 20 units cannot exchange the two-family until they get title, right? So this is the clause that connects those contracts. And I pretty much always make the previous contract a part of the contract offer I'm making now. Does that all make sense? This is a lot of common sense. And we're doing, you know, we might be 45 days into actually after we had the contract put together between the two-family and the 20. You know, we're building this one way at a time. There's the transaction. Notice that the 20-unit owner is offering the two-family to the retail center. Why? Well, we're passing the football around, aren't we? So now, 20 units, they're taking the retail center subject to net equities, commissions. How are they getting you got new loan proceeds of 300,000. Where did they get the other 200,000 cash moved? All right?
Again, that from the loan that was taken.
Leg one,
Yeah.
the previous leg. We're just passing the money and the property around the circle. That's what we're doing. Isn't this the same as if the two-family had sold their property and bought the 20 units? And the 20 units sold their property and then they go buy the strip center? We're just skipping the tax step by making it a 1031 qualified exchange, right? Is that a good thing? Yeah, that's a nice benefit. It's a nice benefit. So there's how that leg works. Here's the transaction balance, and when you read that, it says just what Demetrius said back there. The other 200,000 comes out of the first leg. So you pass this around. By the way, when you get this thing, there is an Excel spreadsheet that is not protected that you will get, that you can build these transactions in that spreadsheet. Okay? Now look familiar? Yep, I use the same form. There's the the contingencies in the offer. First thing I did was explain what the deal is in first contingency item. There's a long form exchange contract. Allow enough time. I want to make sure that I flag time because it's very important. Let's suppose we're now 75 days out from the signing of the contract between the two-family and the 20-unit owners. Now what do we have? We got a transaction that's about to time out. So what do we need to do? You need to go back there and amend that contract to get some more time. And yes, I have in the past tried to ask for an option to extend, have not been very successful with that, so I kind of quit doing it. I would not criticize you for trying to get the option to extend it yourself. But in my experience, the overwhelming majority of people, unless that 20-unit owner has got a better deal going, and especially if I'm saying, ooh, look at this little strip center up here, it's really sexy, you know, they're probably going to give us another 60 or 90 days. And it's a fairly simple amendment to extend the contract, etc. But you got to pay attention to that. And we're going to talk about a coordinator in just a few minutes. You have to pay attention to it. Let's suppose that two-family, and this is exactly what they did. I mean, as soon as they had a signed contract, they went right over to Winter Park Federal and signed up for the loan and got it approved and everything. And Winter Park Federal said, oh, by the way, you have to close this in 60 days. Oh, gee, now that's a problem. And they ended up paying 2 points to buy enough time to get this transaction around the loop.
You're good toward the first,
Do what?
2 points, was it credit?
Yeah, we did get them to credit the 2 points, but they had to pay a point the first time to get an extra 90 days, and then they had to pay another point to get an extra 60 days. But yeah, they had to go over to Winter Park Federal and, please give us more time to close. And Winter Park said, no problem, give us a check. You know, that's how business works. All right, time, so much for time. I have warned you. Third leg, we're gonna go through the same thing. We go find the property. How do we do that? We go to all the venues. We proactive market. We initiate the offer in writing, signed by the people, right? Here's the deal. The $1.6 million, that's what the last leg was based on. Went to these people and said, we'd like to give you this 2-family, and they, whoa, wait, don't need 2 families, thank you, no. I said, well, wait, I tell you what, if I could sell the 2-family at closing and you just get the cash, that'd be okay? Oh, yeah. I said, well, how about this? Is there any other kind of real estate that you might consider owning? And they said, oh, yeah. We've been looking at how we can buy some triple net leases because we're getting ready to retire in 2 years and we want to travel and take cruises and stuff. And, you know, some triple net. So if you can find a triple net lease, how do we do that? Okay. Next. Gotcha.
One simple question.
Yeah.
If you sell this property, what are you gonna do with the money?
Right. Oh, yeah.
Well, we're gonna go buy some real estate.
Right, well, that's kind of where we end up. We asked the question to those particular folks the way I said, but we could have said, hey, if you just get the cash, what are you gonna do with it? Oh, yeah. And you get the same kind of response. So anyway, there it is. That's what they want. They would take that. Now, if we can just find a buyer for the 2-family, this deal's done, isn't it? We all get paid. Okay, right? But we haven't found a buyer for the 2-family yet. So here's the third leg. Now, notice what the retail center is offering to the triple net lease guy. The 2-family, we're passing the football and the money around the circle, right? And so we go right down through the same thing, net equities, balance the equities, etc. There's how the transaction works out. When you see this, you can read through and it leads you right through where the money comes from, where the equity goes to. Enough time. Now we're really, the time is important. We could be 6 months out now. Time could really be important. So whoever's paying attention to that really needs to make sure. You may have to extend 2 contracts and 2 financings, or 3 at this point. So somebody has to be paying attention to that. Watch the timing and all of the contracts. By the way, that's why God invented spreadsheets. You can put that all on a spreadsheet and just check it every few days to see what's coming up. All right. We established the 4th leg. Guess what? Guess what the triple net lease owners do? Me want cash. Me only take cash. I don't want to hear about this exchange trade stuff. I want green money. Just give me all the green money. So we said, hey, look, we'll find a taker for the 2-family, and you'll just walk away from closing with cash. And so we found a buyer at $75,000 cash. They do credit, and they got in contract on the 2-family. And this whole thing all went together. So with $75,000 cash equity buyer and credit for $150,000 or $75,000. On the first mortgage on the 2-family, we're closing a $4 million equity transaction. Is that okay? It's good for everyone. Everybody goes to the table with what they do not want. And they go away from the table with what they do want. And probably more importantly, so do the brokers. Now, what happens? What do we do if we're still down the road 60, 90 days and we haven't found that $250,000 buyer for the two-family? What do we do?
Will your commission?
Not for paper.
Do what?
You can buy it with paper back.
All right. Yeah, you jump to the end, brokers could buy it, and I've done that many times. And in fact, often what we generally do, especially if it's something like this that's readily financeable, we go to Happy National Bank or we go to George, we get a 50% loan, and we take half our commissions in money and the other half in joint equity, and then we go sell the two-family. Now, does that work? Yeah, absolutely. But there's another way. You know, might go to the guy and say, look, Mr. Triple Net Lease Owner, I think we can get this done quickly if you discount the sale of the two-family by $25,000. That's a 2% reduction in your price, or a 4% reduction in your equity. Now, is 2% often a negotiating spread? Yeah, very often. And so, I've actually seen people say, yeah, I'd do that. And that would force the two-family to maybe get a few more offers. What if they say, no, I'm not going to do that. Nah, I don't care whether I close or not. Could we go to everybody else in the transaction and ask them to take a prorated share of the 25? Or how about 50? We'll take 50 off. If we took 50 off of the price, how quickly do you think we might sell this? By the way, some of the moderators are going to ask you that. How much do we have to discount the value of your offering in order to turn it into cash in 90 days? That's a question you'll hear from your moderators. You know, I have actually seen a number of cases where the principal who needs the deal the most says, I'll pay the 25, no problem. I'll pay the 50. I've seen that happen too. Does that make sense? If the brokers all took 50% interest in the two-family and got the rest in cash for their commission, are they still benefiting? I think so. And I've done that many times. There's the triple net lease guy in financial terms there. There's the cash buyer. And see, they only had to put up $62,500 with their cash. They didn't even have to use all $75,000. So she can go buy window blinds, right? And a new couch. My wife did. She thought that was fun. There's the transaction. So this is just a sale, right? It's a straight sale, except the triple net lease owner is making the transaction. This is a big one where we really have to have paid attention to the time. Make sure all your contracts are still valid. Make sure all your financing is still valid. This is another one of those reasons why you want to go get a title report up front. And that is, you don't want to get to this stage and have a title problem show up on one of those properties. It's going to blow this whole deal for everybody. So remember that the purpose of getting that title is very, very valuable. The closing process. In the overwhelming majority of all of the multiple property transactions that I have firsthand knowledge of or have participated in, have always had one or two of the players that became the coordinator. Somebody took on the responsibilities of coordinating everything. And there's a lot of paperwork. You know, this is anal retentive stuff, okay? Not my favorite thing to do, but it's more favorite if your commission check at the end of the day has 6 figures on it. That's much more fun. There are a lot of responsibilities. You are the chief prodder. You are the guy who's calling the broker saying, did your people apply for the loan? Did you get the survey? Did your people do the physical inspection of the property that they're taking title to in a timely manner? We need their report saying that they accept the property, and on and on. But this is just a great big checklist is all it is. And it probably means there is a bunch of communication, whether it's text, email, or telephone. But somebody needs to take on that responsibility. And if you don't have somebody who steps up and becomes the lead coordinator, or a couple of people who are doing that, and it works best if the lead coordinator has a really effective assistant. Because I've ended up in this seat many times. And Pat, my assistant, always got a bonus because she watched most of that detail. But she made sure that I followed all the detail, usually every third day. But we called everybody, we got the paperwork, got it all done. Does the coordinator get paid? Unfortunately, historically, the coordinator often, most of the time, has not gotten paid, and it usually falls to one of two categories of people. Either the broker who started the deal, or the principal that needs the transaction the most, which is usually the first lady. That started, I really need a 1031 exchange because I have $5.7 million of mortgage over basis and not enough equity in order to pay the taxes and the closing costs, and it will bankrupt my family down to 3 generations if we don't get this transaction done. Is that motivation? You better believe it. And they will stick with it and pay the freight if need be. But I believe the coordinator ought to get paid because they do a very important job. And one of the ways that you can do that, if they are a licensee, then each of the brokers could kick in a small percentage of their commission as a referral fee for somebody doing all that work. I have seen sometimes the coordinator gets paid a fixed fee. How much to do this? I'm going to get $10,000 or whatever. And all the players prorate that out and pay their share. I have seen transactions where maybe one or two of the principals have recognized they really need this transaction, or better yet, this is outrageously good for me. And they pay the coordinator, and they look at the coordinator just like they do their attorney and CPA and other advisors that they pay by the hour. I need you to do the tax analysis and make sure this is a good deal. Let me tell you, the CPA does not do that on the cuff. They get cash for that. So does the attorney. And so that's kind of the way it is. I believe that there would be a whole lot more transactions of this nature that actually get closed if the role of the coordinator was more recognized. How do you find these people? Well, frankly, most of them are going to exist in marketing sessions. And they're usually veteran exchangers, been down that road, had to do it in order to get the deal done. Right, John? You do the work because that's how you get paid and that's how you take care of your client. I've only run across over the years a very few non-licensed people who really can do this. Most title companies don't have a clue. Once in a while, we used to work with First American Title when Fran Bierman was there. And they knew what they were doing, and Fran and her team helped us coordinate some multi-property transactions. But they basically got out of the qualified intermediary and 1031 business probably about 10 years ago. And so not many title insurance companies, even the big national ones, can really handle this. You occasionally will run across somebody who is or used to be with a title insurance company who will do that as an independent person, or they are the closing assistant. I found one lady who was the closing person for a real estate attorney's office, and she was really good and got this stuff done. I have one contact up in New York that's an independent party, and she coordinated the transaction with the $5.7 million of mortgage over basis out of the apartments and into 7 Dollar Generals, requiring 80% financing in 5 states. And the paperwork paid her $120,000. Let me tell you, it was cheap. Did a fabulous job, but there are not many of those people out there. I believe they should get paid. All parties who are participating in these transactions, you need to do your job. If you have diligence or you have contracts to present, if you have financing to get arranged with your client, follow up. When the coordinator calls you, answer the phone, call them back. hold up your end of the law, because otherwise you're gonna cause the whole transaction to collapse. This really is a Western Railroad bridge. You take out the wrong joist in there and the whole damn thing will come down. So if you're playing in this, communicate. Do your part, follow up, make your clients follow up. Deposits, do we have deposits on exchange contracts? What do you think? Now, I have seen transactions where some of the people in the exchange situation, especially where you had just a 2 or 3-way transaction, and there was a question about maybe one of the legs, or the viability of the principal, or maybe the viability of the property. And I have actually seen some principals and/or their attorneys, often their attorneys are the ones who do it, who are demanding some kind of a deposit. Now, in a few cases, the deposit was put up as a collateral item. I'll give you my lot at the lake if we default. But most of the time, what do we have here? Everybody is contributing to this transaction by pulling their property off the market. The overwhelming majority of all these transactions I have firsthand knowledge of, have been part of. Probably 98, 99% of them never had any kind of a cash deposit. Once in a while, I would have somebody that put up a property of some kind, or they put up a mortgage of some kind as additional collateral, as deposit collateral. But most of the time, I don't see that. Anybody have a different experience with that than me? Okay. Awesome. Financing and other contingencies, we've talked about that. The big thing I want to follow up here and point out that's really important. One is if there's a contingency for financing, go apply for the financing. Get your people to go apply for the financing. Get it organized. Get as much time on the commitment as you possibly can, okay? The second thing is watch out for the timing, because almost all financing commitments are gonna have some kind of a time limit. And so don't exceed this, because they knock over all the dominoes. Any other question about the financing?
Even when they have good credit, they always add on points.
Do what?
To extend the time, they're always gonna.
His comment is, even if somebody's got good credit, let's say that they're a solid gold-plated customer of the bank or the lender. In a few cases, if the guy's a big enough cat swinger, as we'd say in South Alabama, he goes in to see his banker and he says, I think we're going to need another 30 or 45 days. And the banker says, yes, sir, we'll just have the paperwork right out today. But that's probably the exception. Yes. Most of the time you're going to pay anywhere from a quarter point to a couple of points to get another 60 or 90 days. But a lot of it depends on who the mortgage lender is. I'll come back to you. A lot of it depends on who the mortgage lender is. Way back in the days when I was not a recovering mortgage banker, especially if we were going to private lender sources. That was how they made their money, was they got points for committing that money for X number of days. We would take down, anywhere from $1 million to $3 million a month in forward commitments, and we had to put it out. And by golly, if I was going to pay the freight on $3 million worth of funding, and I had to extend the closings for another month, somebody was going to pay the freight for that. I wasn't going to do that. That make sense? Most of the time, it's going to cost you something. Yes?
I was just going to add a comment that I was just working at closing an apartment deal where we were going to push closing 2 weeks, and they were going to charge the buyers, really strong buyers, borrowers, an additional fee just to keep their rate, a rate lock fee.
Oh, yeah. He's another comment, and thank you for bringing that up. The big key here is often the rate lock. And so getting your financing. Have any of you ever seen a deal that went sour because the rate went up a half a point? Many, many times. Sometimes that is the difference between making the deal work or not. Sometimes the LTV of 65% is so important that if it drops to 60%, deal's done. Rate lock is a very important thing, and they do have a time limit virtually all the time, do they not, these days? I know when I was in that business, you bought a rate lock, you missed the rate lock, there's another fee. And some of them were very, very stiff, very stiff. And I've even seen rate lock charges from hard money lenders, George. You know, because why? They're committing the money to you. That money's not going into something else because they've committed it to you. So most of the time, you're going to pay the freight in some fashion. Any other questions? All right. Closing agents. Closing agents are very important. This is probably the most important thing besides being chief prodder for the coordinator. And that is to make sure that the closing agents in each one of the locations, because I just told you about an 8-way transaction where the properties were in 5 states and had to have a closing agent in each state. And 2 of them were attorneys. And there's one why any of you here attorney? An attorney? Get your shield up or go out in the hall. Unfortunately, attorneys and airline pilots and engineers and doctors all get indoctrinated in their education, that they are very godlike. And unless you have that behind your name, that you may or may not have any value occupying your space. But the truth is, a lot of attorneys, even attorneys who specialize in real estate, do not do a lot of multiple property transactions. And are you a real estate attorney? In your legal education, did you get any training whatsoever? Better believe it. None. There's no training in most of the legal, and also I will tell you the CPA world, on multiple property transactions and exchanges. It's just not there. Now, you cannot blame somebody for being obstreperous when they have no way of knowing. And some of the things, I mean, if you really step back, I mean, some of the things that we do sound really bizarre. And I've had a lot of attorneys at CPA tell me, you can't do that, that's illegal. But you know what? It's not. And in fact, I'm involved in a project right now to get this education introduced into the CE credit for attorneys and CPAs. But when you have closing agents on one end or the other of a multiple property transaction, even if it's a Texas two-step, property for cash, pay attention to that attorney. Make sure that you get good, clear, written communication with each other. You stay on the phone, you pay attention, you give them the respect that they're due, and they will usually give you the respect that you're due, and the transaction will close. But some of the transactions I've been involved in, especially where there were 4 or 5 ways, the attorney got to be a problem. We had an attorney up in Alabama, and he just, he was a little small town attorney, and he knew better than anybody else. And 2 of us got on our horse, and we drove over there and sat on his desk and explained how it was going to work for him. And if he didn't, he better have a good attorney, because the other 3 principals in the transaction were going to sue his ass off. And he finally sat down, and he had not read the closing instructions at that point. Finally read the closing instructions, and we closed the deal. Now, that's an extreme case. It only happened once in my whole career. But here's the key I'm trying to bring out. In the world of CPAs, attorneys, financial planners, and attorneys, most of them, just like this gentleman here, did not get any education about this part of the legal world. This is the business part of the legal world. So the fact that they don't understand, or it's confusing, or they're not quite comfortable with what we're doing is not their fault. The fault is in us not communicating effectively enough to work with them. So all I'm saying is, when you have attorneys that are going to be one of the closing agents in one of these deals, you need to do 2 things. One of them is make sure you attend to them and communicate well, and 2, you find out which assistant is actually processing the paperwork. Is that right? because that's who's gonna make or break us, and you. But I gotta tell you, if you do that, it works just fine. So I hope I wasn't too hard.
Does your contract paperwork have the highlighted yellow all on it? Because it seems like putting these deals together, you're constantly educating everybody. I mean, at the kitchen table, you can just save these deals.
Yeah,
And
his
so,
his
you
comment
have
was,
it all highlighted, you can just bring them right to it.
yeah, if you highlight the important stuff that's really critical, yeah, that's a good tool, absolutely. And sometimes I use the pictures with the 8x10s and the circles and arrows when I sit down at the kitchen table with them. But usually the contract looks clean and green, you know, it's clean and white and black and white. Because that's what the closing agents even if the closing agents with the title company, they have an attorney in the back rooms looking at that, I'll guarantee you. And they are, especially the title companies, they are not going to do something illegal, immoral, unethical, and they've probably done a better job of looking at that contract and at closing documents than you have. Well, that's not true of my attorney because he's picky, but that's true of most. I have a number of attorneys I use, and only 2 or 3 of them would I ever have them review a contract. Now, if I want to go and be defended, you know, I want the meanest SOB in the valley, and I have a couple of those. So it's important. See, attorneys and CPAs and financial planners are just like real estate brokers. There are people who have great expertise in this area and know nothing about that. I got to tell you, there is no way on earth I would work at 7-Eleven. I would be a Walmart greeter before I would be a residential real estate salesperson. Now, I just finished my CE credit class in Florida. And it's 4 pages in 300 that have to do with commercial investment real estate. And the other 296 pages are about all of the liabilities I have as a residential real estate broker. Oh, are you kidding me? I mean, you guys are really having it tough. But here's the key. If they don't have the expertise or the experience, you have to work with them to make sure that everything is worked out so that it works to the benefit of everybody. Now I'm beating a dead horse, sorry. That answer your question?
Yeah, thanks.
All right. I got to tell you, I think you residential guys, you're tough. And, you know, glutton for punishment. I wouldn't do all the paperwork. All right.
Well, that's why I'm here, to get out of that.
You know, I've heard that in this class before. And I mean, last April, I heard that in this class. About the same time during the day.
In California, if you said easy walk to restaurants, $10,000 fine.
Oh, yeah.
Some people can't walk.
Oh, yeah?
Unbelievable.
No, but in California, the ad says, benefit, we have armed guards to get you to the restaurant. I'll take it on. All right, closing day, this is very important. Closing day in these transactions, especially if they cross state lines and time zones and all this stuff, is not a closing day where everybody gathers and around the table, et cetera. In fact, I quit doing that about 25 years ago. Even if I have a 2-way transaction, property for cash, I have one side come in at 10 o'clock in the morning, the other one comes in at 2 o'clock in the afternoon, because I don't want them to get in an argument. You know, I want them to come in and process their paperwork and be happy when they leave, because we've already done the work to make sure that it fits everybody. Okay? Now, in a multi-way transaction, I actually was part of the 29-way exchange. I owned a little motel, a little no-tail motel in Kalispell, Idaho. How in the world I got title to that?
29?
Not quite sure, huh?
29, did you say?
Yeah, 29-way exchange, about 30-something years ago. And it took 2 years, and when they finally got it all together, and I think it only went together because after a while, everybody just wanted to make it work. Oh yeah, I'll wait 6 more months, no problem. You know, I'll carry the paper. I'll throw in some cash. You know. And they finally gathered, and Chuck Chatham actually was, I think, the second leg in the deal. And that's how I got involved with it. And so everybody flew into California, and they got rented a room, and we put up all these tables, and the title people came in and shuffled paper for about 3 hours in the afternoon. And then we all went over to this hotel ballroom and just had a really big drunken dinner. It was great. But that's the only one of those I've ever seen, you know. All right, closing day usually is an as of date or time and date. And everybody, you know, get all the paperwork out to the people, they sign and go to the attorneys and notarize it and get it all back to each one of the closing agents. And when each one of the closing agents has certified that they have all the paperwork and the funds and all in place, we say, it's time to close. Everybody everywhere records, and then they disperse. And everybody in their closing instructions also will have a list with addresses and phone numbers and emails of who gets a set of the closing documents for that particular leg. And very often, all the brokers do, because you may have a state law that requires you to have a record for a certain number of years of all the transactions that you were part of. Now, in Florida, I only have to have the closing statements on my leg. But in some other states, I think like Iowa, and Iowa does not use title insurance, it's all attorneys. They have to have all of that stuff. So closing date is generally not gathered around the table. It is an as of date and time. Questions about that? Commissions, everybody want to know about commissions? Here we are, we made it. I told you what my philosophy is. I believe I should get paid in cash unless I choose to do something different. And most of my clients get that question and statement fairly upfront once we've decided we might work together. And that is, you know, you will be responsible for my fees. I will always represent you as a single agent. I don't care whether you pay my fees in the closing or outside the closing, and we pre-arrange by contract how my fees are going to be done unless we make other arrangements in writing prior to closing. And my fees are always paid in cash, whether there's cash coming out of the transaction or not. And if there's not, then we need to know upfront that I need to structure a transaction whereby the cash to pay my fees and closing costs come out of their record. It's pretty straightforward, isn't it? I don't know about you, we talked about this before. I have trouble getting my electric company to take free and clear lots for my my utility. So I need cash, and you need to get paid in cash. Now, how do we do that? By the way, I want to jump back to the multi-way exchange. I forgot to tell you this. I apologize. Whenever you're establishing a leg, if there is a broker listing that property in the forward-going leg, you need to be sure when you present the offer to that broker or agent before they go to present it to their owners, you need to be sure they understand that they're going to get paid their commission in cash at closing, and here's where the money's coming from. You think that might be important to them? If they're not an equity marketer? How about most of your residential realtors? If they didn't know that they were going to get paid in cash on this trade, would they even take the contract to their owner? Probably not.
Well, yeah, they have to.
Well, I know they have to legally. Legally, they should. All right. Let me tell you the corollary. There's a couple of corollaries to that. One of them is if you're working with an agent, they don't have the decision. So you need to make an appointment and go over to sit down with their broker, or you need to have a conference call and talk to their broker and send them paperwork showing, if we can make this transaction go together, two things. One is we will make sure that there's cash in the transaction to pay your fees. And two, we will make sure that nobody is encroaching on your listing. Okay? And oh, by the way, you might end up with 2 commissions. Now, sometimes, if my client's paying me anyway, we'll go to the other party and to their broker, and I will say, my client is paying me, and I'm not going to share in your commission. Will that get some of their attentions? Whoa, you better believe it does. And all I'm trying to do is get my job done for my client. And if that will get us in the door, then that's what we're going to do. And now you got to do that with your client's approval, because they're going to come out of their pocket for your fee if you close. But it's important. The other thing, the other corollary, when you have a broker on the other end of one of these legs. And that is, they probably have no idea how to present this to their owners. So you're gonna need to do one of two things, or both. One of them is you need to spend some time with them and educate them as to how this works and how it gets presented to their owner. And oh, by the way, I'll tell you what, I will go with you when you present that. So if they have any questions, I can answer it and all that stuff. If you could possibly go with them to present the offer, do it. I gotta tell you, I've flown to Chicago, I've flown to Nashville, in order to do that, to go with them to present the contract. But it made the deal work, because they didn't have a clue. Exchange, what's that? No, I don't do that. No, we don't do that. We don't co-op. Any other questions? Sorry, I didn't mean to jump back like that, but it's important about these commissions, because commissions are a hot button, especially if you're dealing with a list and sell broker who doesn't have a clue about equity market. There are three general ways that the overwhelming majority of exchange transaction or multi-property transactions share their commission. George, would you do me a big favor, please, sir? Would you bring me a glass of that water? I'm getting a little raspy here. You know, you guys don't have enough water in your air. and I know where it all is. It's on my patio back in Florida. Thank you. Anyway, one of the ways that this has been done is called, you keep yours, I'll keep mine, if you. And that means you have agreed to work for that commission with your client. I've agreed to work that commission with my client. And I'll tell you what, we'll close this deal. When I go share a commission, you just keep yours, I'll keep mine, away we'll go. Now, I gotta tell you, that works really well under 2 or 3 circumstances. One of them is where you have all knowledgeable brokers and principals, and there's probably not a cash leg in the transaction. There might be some financing, but there's not a cash leg. Another one is when one or more of the participants in the exchange, although licensed, is actually the principal or a principal in the deal. And that makes life easier if you just keep yours. And sometimes, you know, if I'm the principal, I don't pay myself a commission. You know, that's ordinary income tax law. No, I don't do that. Okay? However, if you have a cash leg and the broker bringing the cash buyer is not a buyer's agent with a buyer fee, then guess what? In this form, they don't get paid. How many of you want to do that? I don't think so. I don't either. So that one won't work very well if you have somebody coming in the deal that did not bring a commission, like a buyer's agent. All right. Pool and split is based on the concept that everybody in the deal is significantly important to the deal, whether you're a listing of the 2-family or whether you're the listing on the 1,000,006 strip center. And without everybody, nobody gets paid. So this concept, the idea is to pool and split, and you just take all the commissions, you put them, add them all together, and you count heads, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and you divide it equally, and everybody goes away with an equal part. Now that takes care of the one where the person bringing the buyer did not have a buyer's commission involved. That solves that problem. There's a different problem that comes up with this method. And that is, well, hey there. That problem is that I bought a $2.7 million property in this deal, and I have a 10% commission. And one of the other legs is a $360,000 property, and they brought a 2% commission. And another one of the legs has a $400,000 property, and they brought a 3% commission. And when we close, my share of the pool is going to be less than 20% of my commission, and I'm not doing that. And that deal did not close, and the broker went away, and so did the principal, because they had other deals to work with. They were not being, the brokers were not being fair with each other. And I've seen more than one deal break down for that problem. All right? How do we solve that problem? 1994, I think it was, Jim Rondino and I and a couple other SECs were having dinner together, and somebody was having this pool and split problem. And they said, well, how the hell we solve it? We ought to be able to do that. I mean, we're smarter than that. And after a little scotch and a couple glasses of wine, we came up with a good idea, you know? We said, well, let's look at this and see what it is for what it is. It's nothing more than a series of sales, isn't it? Isn't that what it is? If you're the coordinator, look at it as a series of two-way transactions. It will help you keep all of these details in place. This is nothing more than a circular co-op, is it? So why don't we do this? Everybody stands in a circle. Everybody takes their commission out. They cut it in half. Put half in their pocket, and they turn around to the broker for the principal who took title to their property. You give them the other half. Isn't that what you would do normally? 50-50 split on a sale? Okay, now the broker takes his commission out, cuts it in half, puts half in their pocket, turns around, gives me my commission on the two-family, moving the two-family. And we just do that around the circle. You think that works?
Yeah.
That works really well. And when I've done most of the multi-way transactions I've done in the last 10 or 12 years, that's what we've done. We just cut it in half. I keep half of mine, give the other half to whoever it was the tenant. And that solves the problem of the person bringing the buyer who does not bring a commission to the buyer. That all makes sense? This is a lot of common sense. This is not hard. Any questions on that? Did that answer everybody's question about commissions? You gotta know that how you're getting paid before you go to contract. If you're not gonna get paid in cash, I like Gunny's approach. If I'm getting cash, it's 1. If I'm getting a promise, it's 2. If I'm getting real estate, it's 3. You know, so if I got an 8% commission, and they wanna give me some free and clear land in northern Utah, I'm gonna get 3 times 8 is 24% commission. Does that work? Now, go get with Gunny, ask him how that program works. It works like a champ. And it often ends up with, oh no, I'd rather just, I got the money in the bank, we'll just pay you cash. You've been there, done that, haven't you, Don?
Well, I've gotten the other 2.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
I've gotten it 3 times.
Marketing venues. So when I talk about traditional marketing, I am not telling you that's bad or you should stop it. I use it. You know, I put signs up occasionally on property. You want to have some fun? Get a prime property in a great location. I've done this for 2 or 3 years. And you put a little billboard up on the corner and it says for exchange. How many of you put for exchange signs up? Any of you? Let me tell you. The average people out in the public look at that and they say, for exchange, and they think, God, I can give you my lemon and get your peach. And so the phone just rings. It's amazing. First time I ever did this was probably the late 70s. Somebody was laughing, and I had a prime corner in downtown Orlando, right across from the bank building. And it belonged to a friend of mine. And she didn't really want to sell it. And she had some outrageous price on it, which is why I'd been on the market for about 2 years. Well, I wanted the listing because I wanted my sign on the corner. And I put up, one of those, so you had to see it from each road. And instead of putting for sale, I put for exchange. I bet you I got 300 calls. And we ultimately made a transaction on it because the lady who owned it, girl Helen was, she was a piece of work, and Helen was actually a subdivision developer. And when I say Helen was a subdivision developer, I mean she liked to go out and run the bulldozer. I mean, she was a piece of work. And so she drove by there, called me up, she said, what the hell is that sign? And so I told her, and she said, oh, well, you're just wasting my time and your time. I said, Helen, you've owned that thing for years. You've had it on the market for 3 years and no offers. What do you got to lose? Oh, all right, she was a little cranky old lady. And I loved her to death. And so sure enough, we got a proposal for a piece of development land way up on the northwest side of Orlando. And by God, we put a closing together. But I bet I got 300 calls, and they didn't get any calls at all for like 3 years off the percent. So, whatever is working for you, the traditional marketing, all the things that we've done, ads, flyers, signs, and all kinds of billboards, whatever. Remember what we said this morning? They're passive in nature. That means nothing happens until somebody salutes your flag. Now, what you're trying to do is get their attention, and the flyers and whatever, give them enough information to try and pique their interest. But the key with traditional marketing is that it is passive in nature, and nothing happens till the other guy decides to do something. And if they didn't drive by your sign, or the secretary threw your flyer in the trash, they didn't get anything at all. Marketing sessions are another venue. In fact, I think marketing sessions are a very, very unique venue in the real estate world. And marketing sessions, as I've said before several times today, this is a meeting of collaboration and cooperation. We are here to make connections with other people in the session that will allow us to not own something that doesn't give us the benefits we need right now, and to own something that we does provide the benefits we need. Now, underlying that, obviously, you got to understand the whole concept of benefits. Is this doing anything for me? Why do I want to own it? To continue owning it? Why do I want to go out of title? Is a sale a workable deal? Is it good for me tax-wise? Is it even possible, etc.? But in a marketing session, it is a very efficient way of looking at it. I have no idea, but I know we got over 100 people here. What do you suppose? $2 billion worth of property? $1 billion worth of property, and we're going to get exposed to that in 3 days, very efficiently, to connect havers and takers. How much would it cost you to do that advertising and marketing otherwise? Months. The other good thing is once you begin to establish relationships with the people who have some experience and are doers and get deals closed, if you haven't done that, you're a newbie, go find those people, make friends with them, and get them to help you do your deals and share your fees. It's real simple. You know what? You know how I learned what I did? That's what I did. I had 2 guys early on down in Sarasota, and I almost had an open phone line to their office most days. Clyde, what do I do now? And Clyde had a lot of patience, and I shared commissions with him and stuff. And after a little while, Clyde said, "You don't need me. You know the answer to that." And then after a while, I quit calling and knew. But it took about 2 years to get there. But in a marketing session, you will find people eager to try and help you, even though they're not going to participate in your transaction. They will try to, because guess what? Next time, it'll be their turn to help you, right, Don? And the other good thing is you get to know people. You get to know Don, get to know Tom over here. And this ugly old guy sitting in the back. Anyway, you get to know these guys. I mean, we can do deals on the phone now. Why? Because we've been in marketing sessions and we know about each other's values and how we do business. And if Don tells me something, that's the way it is. Because he's not going to tell me something that will steer me wrong, because he knows I'll get up there and find out. And vice versa. The facts will out. And if it doesn't out before closing, it outs in court after the closing. Been there, done that. Okay. Marketing sessions are a very efficient venue. In the marketing session, I have a class, Chuck Sutherland teaches it once in a while, about preparation for presenting and moderating. And we go through how you prepare and get ready to make a presentation to get the most out of it. Because when you get up there, you have like 4 minutes or 5 minutes at the podium. If it's a quick pitch, you know, the nasty old moderator who's liable to be me is gonna cut you off at 2 minutes. Don't post hole dig, I don't care what your owners want. How many here are looking for fill in the blank, whatever you're offering? You know, if you've got cash, we have cash takers, or cash hackers. We have my people have $4 million, they are looking for property of this type, size, shape, and location, and they will leverage. And so the next question, you know, takes about 1.5 minutes or 2 minutes to say what you're looking for. How many here have what they're looking for? And we take numbers. And then I want to know how many here do not have what they're looking for, but know who does and will go and follow it up with it. And then get them as well. And in a marketing session, you can blow through looking at $1 billion worth of property and maybe $1 billion worth of cash buyers relatively effectively in about 3 days. I challenge you to go and match that efficiency outside of the marketing session. Now, I've been on some telemarketing sessions where they use the conference room thing. I've been on some teleconference where they just use audio, and you can kind of do it like that, but in my opinion, it's the old guy. Remember, my knuckles are dragging on the floor here because I'm a Neanderthal. But the fact is, in a people-to-people, face-to-face marketing session, you know, Don and I see something that might work, he presents or I present, and one of the other of us gives a number. At lunch, dinner, break, out in the hallway, he said, Don, you know, here's the situation. I'm like, do you think your folks really are a taker? And he says, you know, if you'll do that, and here's the most important criteria you have, you know, in about 10 minutes, we can figure out whether this is worth pursuing, can't we? Isn't that right, Tom? We know in about 10 minutes whether or not this is worth pursuing. And after that, it's a function of exchanging information, making a presentation. You know, sometimes the offer comes back to you in writing, doesn't it, Tom? You know? And so that's one of the benefits. Here's another one. Let's suppose that you're really new to this technology, you know, and this way of thinking and doing. And somebody gets up and says, well, probably the best way to do that is defang the alligator by walking the dog over here and see if you can rent some equity in order to walk the dog, and that will definance this, and we'll be able to get a positive cash flow. Everybody understand that? Now, if you haven't been around equity marketing for a while, and you don't know what walk the dog is and defang the alligator means, you might say, huh? Well, if you don't understand, whoever stood up and said that, go see him in the hall and say, wait a minute. Everything after walk the dog sounded like beep boop, beep boop, beep boop. You know, tell me what the hell I did in English. And you know, if somebody makes a presentation and you don't understand why that property offers the benefit that somebody's trying to tell you off, go ask somebody. There are veterans all over the place. You'll see them. There are a couple of them leaning against the wall back there. Don't pick on those guys. They'll help you. And there's a lot of veterans. If they have one of these SEC pins on, they'll come help you. And that's one of the great benefits of going to a marketing session. Networking, and I'm not going to beat this. There's so many classes out there. When somebody says, all guys say, man, that's really a bad alligator. That means it's got some kind of negative cash flow that's causing a serious problem. So one of the things we're going to do is we're going to definance this property, and maybe one of the ways of doing that is walking the dog. We get the financing to be unconnected to that property and connected over to another property, so that one's now free and clear, except I don't have another property, so I need to rent an equity to warehouse that debt. And that's in English. That makes sense at all.
Yes.
So now, if you do that, now this property now has some benefits. It's free and clear, it's got positive cash flow, and maybe it's ugly, and you can go out there and arms and legs that and make it worth more and fill it up with nicer, newer, more expensive tenants, and it's a profit. But you have to do something to it, and defang the alligator, walk the dog, rent the equity. Those were all equity marketing formula things. That's why you want to go take those formulas courses. Does that make sense now?
It does.
Okay.
But thank you.
But, and you know what? All of us will do that. I mean, we'll be happy to go out on a call or go to lunch or whatever and help you to begin to understand, because there's no place to go get in a book. You have to do it that way. I sometimes, I will not be presenting here. None of my clients have anything that matches going to the podium. But I don't want to miss the marketing session, because I'm going to learn something out there. I'm going to find some things. Well, I've already found a couple of things over dinner last night. and we've got a couple of transactions that started today because I had dinner with somebody last night. That makes sense? And so that's what marketing sessions are really good for. Any other questions about marketing sessions at this point? Why, somebody asked me at lunch today, why don't we just let principals come in? Well, first of all, there's going to be some confidential information that might get disclosed out there. So anybody who's in here needs to have a license, active license. We're going to need to be a licensed attorney so that they are subject to the fiduciary rules and laws. And so we're working, some of us are working on converting this class so it will make sense to attorneys and CPAs and principals, but it's not done yet. We're getting there. Networking, we've been talking, everybody knows what networking, I'm not going to spend a lot of time. But there's nothing that will be more valuable in networking and a marketing session than to find the other people who are really competent that you can go work with. You know, I'm only licensed in Florida now. If I'm going to end up, what state are you?
New Mexico.
New Mexico. Oh, I like New Mexico. Oh, been to one races.
It's happening now.
Yeah, I know, it's on television. Anyway, if I need to do something in New Mexico, I'm not licensed there. And one of my clients says, hey man, you know, in fact, I have a client who's looking for a big luxury home in Santa Fe right now. And so, well, we need to talk before you get away from this marketing. But here's the deal. I'm not going out to Mexico, New Mexico. I'm not licensed there. So I need somebody there that I know, that I'm confident they're competent, they're not going to do anything illegal, immoral, or unethical, that we're going to communicate, work together as a real team, representing a common client, okay? And I'm just never going to go there while we're doing this transaction. And you're going to be the lead broker, and I'm going to be the referral broker. I do that all the time in Florida. I get phone calls, people say, hey, I got this deal in Mount Laura, and guy in Georgia, not licensed in Florida, he said, I need you to be the lead broker. You don't have to do anything. I've got the buyer, but I'll send you a 10% referral on the commission. Okay. However, you know, he and I've done this together before, and so he knows that when this closes, I get a full set of all the contracts and the closing documents for my clients. Okay? So that's how I do business all over the country. I just don't go there. Not when I'm working on a deal. Does that make sense? So that's how you can network with each other and get a lot of deals done that you can't get done otherwise. Developing marketing strategies. No, excuse me, I skipped my favorite subject. Proactive marketing. I kind of got dragged kicking and screaming many years ago into this. I had a friend of mine in Northern State, and he worked with actually more than a client. He was actually almost an employee of this apartment builder developer. That they'd been in the business a long time, had properties in 6 states, 7 states, had probably 8 or 10,000 units by that point in time. And they really knew what they were doing, and they had a HUD line of credit for a whole bunch of money, so they didn't have any trouble. You know, if they found what they wanted and they got the right price, they could afford it, and they buy it. And they did not horse around. If they found it and they got the opening, I mean, they would turn around a contract around with their attorneys in like 3 or 4 days. Except everybody knew who my colleague was, so if he showed up in town, everybody knew what he was doing. So he called me up and said, hey, we want to retain you to go find us some apartments, and they had 2 or 3 cities that they were interested in. So we flew up, had 3 or 4 days of really deep-seated, I mean, many hours a day counseling sessions, so that we really truly nailed down what it was that they wanted and why they wanted those criteria for apartments in those locations. Okay, I mean, we were really, we asked so many questions until we said, there can't be any more questions in you. There's an unlimited supply. But we got it, and we got it down in writing. And the list was probably 25 or 30 items that narrowed it down exactly what they wanted and why they wanted it that way and where. So then, we did some distance marketing, and the internet was not nearly as effective as it is today, but it was not too bad. And so we identified, guess what? All the apartments. Our first city was Pittsburgh. And that's because they already owned units in Pittsburgh. They already had maintenance there. They already had management there. But they could own up to another between 500 and 600 units in the Pittsburgh market without increasing the staffing and the operating overhead of their management and maintenance. You understand why they were trying to buy more apartments there now? That makes sense? Sure, and they can afford it. However, they are not a drunken sailor, so they know exactly what they need for a return and the factors that go in it, and now I understand, and we all both understand. So the next thing was a trip to Pittsburgh. So flew into Pittsburgh, got all kind of maps, rented a car, 2 of us went up, and we trucked around Pittsburgh for 11 days. You know how much you can learn about an apartment complex without ever going on the property or without ever talking to the manager? One of the things that I had an old guy teach me years ago was, how do you find out what the occupancy is? Well, if the tenants pay their own electric bill, you simply go around to the electric panel and you see how many green tags and red tags you have on the meters. It's real simple. And today, I mean, my God, today, all you gotta do is go on the website and they'll tell you, they'll give you your floor plans, they'll give you the rent roll, here's what we do, and, we'll kiss your elbows and give you a poodle and all that stuff to move in here this week. Or, the price is this and it's firm and I'm not giving you anything to move in here. You can learn an amazing amount about the apartment market in some town that you've never been to before, right underneath it. And then you go there and you eyeball them, you drive by them, and we identified all the properties that we thought come pretty close to fitting their criteria. Now, by the way, you gotta understand, so if they're not willing to do that, then maybe you don't want to do this. However, if you're trying to get the 1031 exchange for the 2-family, then you may be going to do this proactive marketing. So we found the properties, we narrowed it down, we went to see the owners, we made written offers, and we ultimately acquired, and it probably took less than 6 months from start to finish. We acquired not quite 480, I think it was 477 units or something like that fit their criteria. And they were perfectly happy, and I was just ecstatic because I got paid. Okay? That's a proactive one. Let's change the habit. I have a 1031, I really need to do this 1031 exchange. And I don't have a cash buyer to be able to go over and see Bill Exeter and give him the money to hold while I go find a property. There are no cash buyers for this this property because it's got all these terrible things wrong with it. But guess what? Who's the likely taker of this property with all the right things wrong with it? It's an income-producing property. It's run down, beat up, but good bones, good location, market's real. Who am I looking for? The rehabbers, right? The turnaround guys. And it's big enough that I can go see a guy in California. Right? That's who bought it. It's a guy from California. He said, we couldn't take the sale. And so we had to have a 1031. So guess what? We got on our horse and we started identifying properties in places. Actually, what we were looking for in this particular case were as passive, low management as possible and readily financed property, but I needed to be able to get $900,000+ in debt. Same process. We'd go over and make an offer. And we'd make a written offer. And I might call them up and I'd say, is there any reason that you all, I understand that your property is not on the market. Is there any reason why you wouldn't at least consider a real offer, and I'm talking about in writing, from a real client on your property? Now, sometimes they will say no. No, I don't even want to see that. But very often they will say, yeah, come on down. I mean, come on down might be a 2-hour drive. Come on down might be an overnight in Chicago to go and see them. Now, we get there and did I say I was bringing you a cash offer? No, I just said I'm going to bring you a written offer. So they said, wait a minute, this is a trade. Yeah. Is there any reason why you would not consider this? Yeah, we don't do that. I mean, what we do is fill in the blank. I said, well, let me ask you a question. If I can find a buyer for this, we really are probably the right taker. We will really take title and buy your property. If I can find a cash buyer for our property, is there any reason why you wouldn't do that? Now, we had several people who said, yeah, we might do that. A few people said, nah, I don't even want to mess with it. Some said, I'm going to see your offer. That's fine. So what did we do next? Next thing we did was we be nice. Do not burn or blow up the bridge. Those of you who have some military experience, you might have to go back across that bridge. Okay? Don't blow up the bridge or burn it up. I really appreciate you all taking the time to look at our offer, and I understand exactly where you're coming from. Well, I'm just curious, we're trying to acquire one in the blank. Do you know, because many owners know owners of similar properties, do you know anybody else who might consider our proposal? No, I don't think so. What if they say, yeah, I do know somebody? What's my next question? Would you make an introduction, or at least let me tell them that you said I might want to contact them? Would that be okay? Any reason why I can't use your name when I call them or go see them? And the other thing is, what do I do tomorrow? What have I done? I'm a face and a name. Do I look like the run-of-the-mill listing sale commercial broker at that point? I just flew in from Florida. I've got an attorney-prepared contract. There's a $500,000 deposit in my attorney's escrow account for the earnest money deposit on the contract. And, here's a guy, and he's almost presentable, wearing a Sunday suit, and he can speak mostly coherent English. and he's gone to all this trouble to make you an offer. And even though it doesn't work, do you look like a better than average person in that business? Yeah. And so the last thing I do is say, I understand your situation. I perfectly agree with it based on what you said. By the way, would it be okay if I keep in touch with you from time to time? And let me tell you, if I can ever be of help or you'd like to reconsider this offer, we'll probably be acquiring properties like this for some time. Please do not hesitate to contact us, send us an email, mail, have your attorney contact us. We'd be happy to help in any way we can. I really appreciate your time and energy. I'm going to leave. Tomorrow he gets a thank you note. And 90 days down the road, he gets a little note or a postcard. Jim Wilson just didn't want you to forget, has your situation changed?